Okay, so we start the conference, and I would love to actually pass the floor to Ms. Olena Ryabtseva for official opening. Thank you so much, Olena. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I would love you to take your seats. Let's try to be very accurate with time. And it's so good that we don't have any alerts now. So, colleagues, I would love to say good morning to all of you, dear partners and colleagues. My name is Olena Ryabtseva, and I am responsible for Department of Investment, Ministry of Economy, Environment, and Agriculture. So, today it's my honor to moderate this event, and the topic of this conference is RBC, Responsible Business Conduct for Sustainable Investment. But just 3 remarks I'd love to give you in the beginning. So first, you can see microphones, okay, and headsets, yeah, headsets to be precise. You can take these and use these at any moment, please, to make it convenient. And secondly, if we hear the air raid alert signal, bomb shelter sign is there, so we have to stick to safety rules. Let's all be responsible, okay? And thirdly, we know that every morning at 9 a.m. we start with the minute of silence to pay the tribute for everyone who gave their lives to defend us. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm grateful to our defenders, to these men and women, and thanks to them we actually can stay in this room today and have this conference. Okay, let us talk about the event now. So, thank you all the ladies and gentlemen, all those who joined the conference. Thank you for coming offline, joining online. This is really important for us, and it actually demonstrates that this is so important for Ukraine, for all of us. So we live in the time of challenges, turbulent time of building history, and this is about setting foundation for innovative and competitive economy. The key factor on the way is engaging the large-scale internal external investments, but investors currently don't only think about income, but also resilience, reputation, risks are on their agenda. So RBC principles and due diligence in human rights and environmental protection in particular, these are not just aspirations. These are not just words. This is the language used by modern investment world. So that's why we have this conference. So our aim is to come from theory to practice, bridge this gap, and we want to show how integration of RBC principles in recovery projects can actually deblock the sustainable funding, accelerate the movement to European Union, the EU integration, and create a business environment where respect to human rights and environment is a normal thing. So this event is a logical continuation of event we had in 2023, an international conference, and we really want to bring this to another practical level, to a higher one. We all will have a very intense and interesting day after the opening. After a small opening I'll lead, we will dive into a panel discussion on recovery, human-oriented recovery. We'll talk about infrastructure of RBC, responsible investments, green funding, and also practical steps in due diligence. Implementation. So this conference would never happen without our reliable partners. So my huge gratitude to our co-organizers, UNDP. Thank you so much. Thank you. National Legal University named after Yaroslav Mudry. You're a wonderful partner. Thank you so much. NGO Center Social Action and Green Transition Office in the Ministry of Economy, Environment and Agriculture. Thank you. So our partners that you actually can see their logos on the presentation: Danish Human Rights Institute, Rose Wallenberg's Institute, Swedwatch, and Center of Excellence of Jean Monnet at Wageningen University. So informational support is provided by the Office of Responsible Development, Professional Association, Ecologists of the World. Thank you so much for your support. And now, it's my great pleasure and my profound gratitude. I would love to get the welcoming words from a person who is leading all the efforts of our government to shape the favorable investment climate in Ukraine. Please welcome Oleksii Sobolev, Minister of Economy, Environment and Agriculture of Ukraine. You're so welcome. We have his video. So dear colleagues, partners and participants, on behalf of Ukrainian government, I am profoundly pleased to welcome you at this strategically significant event uniting representatives of government, business, civic society, international partners. We've gathered today to discuss not only the Ukraine's recovery, but also principles backing the recovery process. Recovery is not only about restoring the destroyed settlements, but a chance to shape the resilient, innovative, and competitive economy for all of us. Moreover, an economy with human rights, environmental accountability, and transparency becoming part of a business model. That's why we focus on responsible business processes with due diligence in human rights and environmental sectors. So it means that we'll have mutually beneficial and resilient investment for everyone. Thanks to this approach, we shall foster EU integration and compliance with international standards, namely UN guiding principles and OECD recommendations. Ministry of Economy, together with partners who are co-organizers of this conference, we've taken some very specific steps already. So we are shaping the roadmap of harmonizing national policy with the new EU Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. We are launching a platform for dialogue between business, civic society, and government. We are designing curricula for business and public servants. Today, another important step is taken. We are signing the Declaration on Responsible Investments for Ukrainian Sustainable Recovery. And we invite international Ukrainian companies, NGOs, everybody, all of our international partners to join this declaration. Together, we'll build a platform fostering not only the investment flow, but increase the trust to us as a modern European state. I'm deeply convinced that responsible investment approach shall become the recovery foundation, successful recovery foundation. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your support of this course, and I would love us all to have a very productive discussion and generating some joint solutions, helping us to strengthen the economy and bringing Ukraine closer to European community. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. This definitely sets us a benchmark. We now know what to do to have truly a very productive discussion. Thank you. Mr. Minister, thank you for the vision. Thank you for shaping the priorities, dear colleagues. On your badges that you have, well, these badges are environmentally friendly, just like everything you can find on your chairs. So eco paper, eco notebooks, like eco pencils, you can even grow something out of that, like a plant. Well, this may be a small tree or a flower or whatever. So everything is super eco-friendly. We're all in the due diligence, and it's all about green transition. Okay, on the reverse side of the badge, you can see a QR code. And there you can get the text of the declaration. You can read it, and when you read it, in the bottom you'll find a Google form where you can express and demonstrate your interest if you want to join the declaration. So I would love you all to use your badges. Okay, you can plan these, but also first read the declaration before you do it. Okay, so our conversation about sustainable recovery would never be complete without international partner support. UNDP is one of the key players, in supporting Ukraine. And today, with us online, we have Ms. Shoko Noda. She is the Assistant SG and Director of UNDP Crisis Bureau, Human Rights Director. So, Ms. Noda, I would love to have her video on the screen now, please.
Distinguished colleagues, partners, Very good morning. It's a great privilege to join you today. Let me begin by congratulating the Ministry of Economy, Environment and Agriculture and all the co-organizers for convening this vital conference. The courage of the Ukrainian people continues to inspire the whole world. I witnessed this firsthand when I visited last year. As Ukraine undertakes a monumental task of recovery from our work in crisis context globally, we know that recovery is never just about rebuilding what is physically lost. It is about restoring trust, reaffirming justice, and creating an inclusive society. For Ukraine, this means building a future that is prosperous, fair, and firmly anchored in the values of the European Union. Today, I would like to offer 3 brief messages on this path forward. First, investing in development from day one pays off. Waiting for crisis to subside is not an option. Early recovery focused on strengthening institutions and empowering local communities is the fastest path to sustainable development and stability. It means ensuring procurement is transparent. It means public investment must champion human rights and environmental safeguards. This approach doesn't just rebuild, it builds resilience against current and future shocks and accelerates the transition from dependency to self-reliance. This is how we secure lasting development gains. Second, responsible business is the cornerstone of sustainable recovery. Principles of due diligence, as embedded in the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, EU's new Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, and OECD guidelines, are now central to attracting high-quality international investment. For Ukrainian businesses, embracing these standards is a direct path to competitiveness and integration into European markets. This is about supporting businesses that are a force for good. Businesses that create decent jobs, engage meaningfully with communities, and are sensitive to the conflict's impact on people and the environment. UNDP is proud to be a partner in this. Since 2022, we have trained nearly 1,000 businesses on human rights due diligence. We provided tailored guidance to more than 250 companies. We reached 147,000 people with a campaign on what responsible businesses look like in today's Ukraine. This practical action that helps turn principles into progresses. Third, Ukraine's recovery can set a global template. The world is watching. You have a collective opportunity to show how a nation can rebuild from conflict in a way that strengthens democracy, advancing human rights, and fosters lasting peace. By embedding responsible business principles and sustainability into your national recovery strategy, you are creating a powerful blueprint for others to follow. You are providing a rights-based recovery is not only possible, but is the only path to a truly stable and prosperous future. As a proud co-organizer of this event, UNDP remains your dedicated partner. We'll continue to share our global expertise, our tools, and our unwavering support with the government, with businesses, and with the people of Ukraine. Together, we can ensure that what emerges from this hardship is not only a stronger Ukraine, but a truly people-centered, sustainable, and European Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Noda. Thank you for giving such an inspiring speech to us. Truly very bright one, and it will bring a little bit of sunshine for us on this gloomy October day, but it's quite colorful still with the trees. All right, so it's really important to hear it from international partners that Ukrainian efforts are a part of global movement on RBC and due diligence. But just to continue with international block, it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker now. So, respect to human rights is the cornerstone of European values, an integral part of responsible business, and nobody knows better about that than the representative of the Council of Europe. So, we would like to have now Ms. Clare Ovey, Human Rights Director of Council of Europe. You're so welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm absolutely delighted to be here with you in the beautiful city of Kyiv, and really I'd like to thank the organisers, the hosts of this conference, the Ministry of Economy, Environment and Agriculture of Ukraine, as well as the co-organisers, the United Nations Development Programme, working in collaboration with the Yaroslav Mudry National Law University, the Social Action Centre, NGO, and the Green Transition Office of the Ministry of Economy, Environment and Agriculture. The Council of Europe is really very honoured to have been invited to this event. Ukraine faces a historic challenge to rebuild its economy and institutions while remaining firmly rooted in European values, democracy, human rights and the rule of law, as well as environmental sustainability. The challenge of doing so in the face of the horrific Russian aggression does not make this task any easier, but it does make success in overcoming the challenges crucial to the future of the country for the people of Ukraine. Infrastructure can be repaired, industries can be modernised, markets can be reconnected, but without trust, social cohesion, justice and respect for human dignity, no economy and no country can thrive in the long term. This is why any economic projects and investments must be responsible and must be people-centred. It means that investments should strengthen local communities and ensure human rights and environmental safeguards remain non-negotiable principles. It should create decent jobs with fair labour conditions and protect vulnerable groups, including displaced persons and those most affected by this horrific war. Only when these considerations are put to the forefront can Ukraine's recovery be fair, inclusive and, most importantly, sustainable. There are a few key elements that the Council of Europe has already been supporting Ukraine with, which will help Ukraine make people-centred recovery a reality. One main area where the Council of Europe has been assisting Ukraine relates to justice and the rule of law. Effective justice systems and rule of law are crucial for investment. The EU Justice Scoreboards of 2025 and 2024 and I quote, state that stability and quality of the lawmaking process, as well as effectiveness of courts and property protection, remain key factors for confidence in investment protection. The rule of law drives economic confidence. Where judicial systems enforce rights consistently, where creditors lend more readily, and businesses invest with less hesitation, and economic growth accelerates. Studies by the IMF, the OECD, the World Bank and the European Central Bank all confirm this important link. Shorter court proceedings correlate with higher business growth. Strong perceptions of judicial independence increase firm productivity and turnover. And surveys show that 93% of large companies review rule of law conditions before committing to investment. Policies and practices that prioritise human rights and environmental sustainability, when thoughtfully designed and effectively implemented, can yield competitive advantages for both states and businesses. In an increasingly interconnected and values-driven global economy, consumers, investors and trading partners are demanding greater accountability and ethical conduct. Companies that uphold these standards can enhance brand loyalty, reduce regulatory and reputational risk, and attract sustainable investment. Similarly, states that embed these principles in law and governments can foster innovation, drive clean and inclusive economic growth, and position themselves as attractive partners in the global economy. In this way, respect for people and our precious planet is not just a moral imperative, but a strategic asset. Principles are not enough. Investors need trust. The Council of Europe, through its conventions, monitoring mechanisms, and extensive technical support, has for many years supported Ukraine in strengthening its justice system, from aligning legislation with European standards to enhancing judicial independence, efficiency, and accountability. This support has included expert advice on legislative reform, capacity building for judges and legal professionals, and monitoring to ensure compliance with the European Convention on Human Rights and other key instruments such as the European Social Charter and the Committee of Ministers' recommendation on human rights in business. Additionally, monitoring of the implementation of standards through Council of Europe bodies such as the European Committee on Social Rights and the Group of States Against Corruption, GRECO, ensure compliance, identify systemic gaps and promote reforms, which has helped Ukraine to identify shortcomings and measure progress. Their findings and recommendations help the Council of Europe member states establish a regulatory and judicial environment where companies can operate responsibly and where human rights are safeguarded and where investments can thrive. Such efforts are not only essential to protecting human rights and the rule of law, but are also indispensable for fostering the legal certainty and institutional trust that responsible investors look for. Countries with strong legal institutions attract more sustainable investment. The European Court of Human Rights plays a key role in protecting human rights where they intersect with business activities, including property rights, workplace safety, fair trial, and environmental issues. And delivering judgments is not the whole process, it's just the start of the process for the Council of Europe. The Council of Europe Committee of Ministers also oversees the effective execution of the European Court of Human Rights judgments to ensure that the rights become a reality for the citizens of our member states. The Council of Europe's HELP programme, this is Human Rights Education for Legal Professionals, is already training judges, lawyers and public officials in Ukraine on business and human rights standards. The goal is to strengthen understanding of human rights norms, ensure that laws are interpreted and enforced effectively, and build institutions that uphold accountability and transparency. As Ukraine moves towards EU accession, such capacity building efforts will be indispensable for creating the trust and legal certainty that responsible investors expect. Ukraine's journey towards a European future is about more than just technical reforms. It's about embracing a model of development where economic modernization, environmental stewardship, social rights and human dignity advance together. Rights respecting economic and business policies and practices thus represent an opportunity for Ukraine. Adopting a national action plan on business and human rights aligned with international standards could provide Ukraine with a strategic tool for a fast recovery and contribute to better access to European markets. Importantly, it can help attract investors who are not only coming to Ukraine for short-term profits, but also consider the impact that their investments will have on the country and the communities they'll work with, the people they'll employ or otherwise engage with. Responsible business is essential to post-conflict recovery. It could play a crucial role in rebuilding the shattered communities and restoring social cohesion in the face of the horrific Russian aggression. When veterans return to civilian life, they'll face the urgent need for employment and reintegration. In these circumstances, creating stable, dignified economic opportunities is also key to encouraging the return of displaced populations. Businesses that operate ethically, uphold human rights and invest in sustainable local development can help restore trust in institutions, reduce inequalities and stimulate inclusive growth. By aligning profit with purpose, responsible business can become a driving force in transforming fragility into resilience. A rights-respecting economy, considerate of the environment, will be more resilient to future crises, less dependent on individual economic actors, and more attractive to international partners. The Council of Europe stands fully committed to supporting Ukraine in its efforts to create conditions for responsible investments and its path to further European integration. Through the Council of Europe's ongoing Resilience, Recovery and Reconstruction Action Plan, which runs until the end of next year, and with the next action plan in preparation, we are dedicated to supporting Ukraine every step of the way, ensuring that reconstruction is not only rapid, but also rights-based, sustainable, and aligned with European values. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for your delight conversation. Still, I have one question for you to continue our discussion because it's really interesting that we're talking, and Council of Europe is one of our main targets. So, what steps should the Ukrainian authority takes to assess whether investments are responsible in terms of human rights and environment, and what policies should they adopt to promote more responsible business conduct?
So the Council of Europe is putting together some materials. Actually, we're going to be launching this at an event in Strasbourg next week on Tuesday, with some guidelines for businesses on complying with Council of Europe standards as well as other international norms, and we'll be happy to share this with the Ukrainian authorities. But as I sort of really highlighted in my speech, I think so much work can be done by the Ukrainian authorities in creating an environment which is rules-based, based on the rule of law, really to attract good investment, and we really have full solidarity for Ukraine in this field as well as so many other fields, including in seeking accountability for the actions of the Russian Federation in Ukraine. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for your full response. It's very interesting for us and very noted, and thank you for upcoming event that we will know where to look for the next week. Итак, шановні гості, ще раз дуже дякуємо.
So, once again, we are very grateful to Clare for her inspiratory remarks. That was very interesting to us, and we thank you for coming to the conference. Now, let's get to other some aspects. So, on the screen, you will see now the instructions. So please check your cell phones. There'll be a QR code displayed on the screen. You just need to scan that, and we'll try to play it with you. Well, just for you to be able to answer two short questions. So here's the QR code. Hopefully you can see that. And there's the small code also on top of the screen. Hopefully you can see that. Good. Some of the colleagues online are responding to that very actively. That's wonderful. Everyone is awake and eager to participate, which is marvelous. Good. Well, it's not working. Okay. Anyone made it possible? Yeah. Maybe kind of you're on the end rows or the final rows, so it's working for you. Я їх приб'ю реально з таким звуком. Ну, типу, це для мене дуже тихо. Ага. Okay. People keep scanning. That means that we have some malfunction. So, raise your hands have troubles with the QR code. Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot. You scan the QR code, and after scanning, it should be kind of linking you to the web page. Okay. Good. Let's try a different option then. Let me approach our colleagues responsible for the technical portion. We have some issues. Okay, let's try a different way. If you go to menti.com website, and if you go to this website, and you may just go to this website and insert a code. So maybe that would be kind of an option for you. And okay, it lets you in, right? Good, good. And I can see someone is already responding, which is marvelous. Good. So the first question is, which sector do you represent? Good, good. We have a go. Houston, we don't have any problems. Okay, those who still have troubles, you can go to the website menti.com, then you can insert the code and finally get a chance to have an answer to those questions. Let's try to go back to menti.com. Okay. And now we're coming to the second question. What was the motivation behind your decision to participate in this conference? So that shows our common goals. Okay, so we can see more of your answers. We have work, experience, career development. And you can see the cloud of your answers is becoming more and more saturated. So we've managed to answer 2 of those questions, and thank you for your involvement, and thank you for our colleagues joining us online. Thank you for joining and for making a vote. So let's get to this final briefing, and I would like to extend words of gratitude on behalf of all of us for your active involvement. And this is the end of the opening ceremony. We once again are grateful to Oleksii Sobolev, the Minister for the Economy, Environment and Agriculture, to Madame Shoko and Clare, who told us and outlined some future steps on what should we be doing, where should we search for some more information on the Ukraine's recovery. So we kind of set the framework, and now we go to the panel discussion on human-centric, people-centered recovery, responsible investment in the EU accession. So I'd like to pass the floor to the Head of Department for International Investments and Responsible Business. So Marina, you have the floor. Sorry, I'm not the head of the department yet, but hopefully that would be the case. Thank you. My name is Marina Kupchuk. I'm the deputy head of department, and I represent the national contact point for the responsible business in Ukraine, which is a very important institution with the mandate to implement the responsible business standards into the national policy and the operations of the business. So, greetings everyone, greetings dear participants. I'm happy to moderate our next panel, which is called People-Centered Recovery, Responsible Investment and EU Accession, that should set the strategic tone for our day. And during the opening remarks, we've heard why the responsible investment is so much important, why those standards are so much important for the Ukraine's recovery. But our task today is to try and understand how those big principles could be turned into practical actions and how to combine that enormous speed that we need to use while recovering Ukraine with kind of making sure that it's all going to be done in a sustainable manner, so that recovery wouldn't be just, recovery of the walls, buildings and roads, but for the recovery to be about the values that we implement, that would be the precondition for the better, for the sustainable future for the people. So I would be happy to kind of introduce you our today's wonderful speakers, the Alexandra Kuxova, head of the Corporate Social Responsibility and Business Sustainability Group. That's the and as well as the small and medium businesses at the European Commission. So Alexandra will help us to understand the regulatory landscape of the EU, as well as any expectations out of Ukraine. And the next speaker is Kristina Kaufmann. She's the chair of the OECD Working Party on Responsible Business Conduct. She will tell us about some of the standards in the OECD, which present the golden standard for investors around the world. Then we have Tetiana Sakharuk, the executive director of the UN Global Impact Network Ukraine. She will tell us about the viewpoint of Ukrainian business, and she will explain the role of UN fundamental principles in this process. And Stanislav Suprunenko is representing the EBRD, and he will share the prospects of investors, what they are kind of looking for, what they are focusing their attention. We'll have a 60-minute panel. Every speaker will have 5 to 7 minutes for his or her introductory remarks, and then we'll go to the discussion. So let's go straight to Brussels. Do we have Alexandra with us? So the following questions: whether the business and human rights questions are part of the EU integration process, and whether the European Commission is asking the candidate countries, those joining the EU, about their national action plans on human rights, or any other legislation, rules and bylaws that are being implemented by the country in terms of responsible business. So these are the questions. Alexandra, please.
Find that the business should have a big role to play in the society as such, not only in terms of economic profit, but also they bring value to the society and the planet. In this strategy, as I said, we've been encouraging already in the member states to develop national action plans on business and human rights, because this is a strategic way how to look at this policy, how to embed it throughout the different different policies, how to bring on board different governmental bodies. So it's really a strategic document which can guide not only the government, but also the businesses, what is expected from them. And it allows also for the governments to reflect how the businesses need to be supported in this process. So this is very important. And it allows to provide what we call the smart mix of measures. So not only looking what needs to be done as a legislation, but also what we can do in terms of awareness raising, how we can provide certain guidance to businesses, what to do, also with the soft measures, not only with the legislation. So it provides a coherent strategic framework for several years. And I think what is very important to mention in these national action plans is that usually they are developed, and that's the good practice, through a stakeholder engagement. So it really reflects voice of various interest parties, and it brings everybody on the same board. So these plans, why we are encouraging them, it's not because we are committed to deliver on the international standards. We are committed to deliver on Agenda 2030 on sustainable development goals. And therefore, we ask also countries in the accession, we don't request it because it's not a legal obligation, but we encourage countries in accession to also develop these plans to align with the EU standards and the values, and really to have this holistic approach that can be embedded in different policies. This is, of course, one element of our corporate sustainability and responsibility policy inside of EU. In the recent years, we have been very active also on the legislative side. So for the accession, of course, countries in accession need to be aligned with the EU acquis. There are certain legislations which are already in place which request due diligence, like conflict minerals. There are other legislation which have been adopted, but are subject currently to what we call omnibus, which is basically a legislative process which requests companies, which changes the different pieces of legislation at the same time. So there are some postponements, there are some changes ongoing, but it will still be important for Ukraine to align with this acquis once it's fully adopted. So there are different work streams. As I said, one is the National Action Plan and holistic approach, thinking of the smart mix of measures, and the other one is the legislative side, where we need to go hand in hand and look at each and every legislation, how it can be aligned with the EU acquis. I leave it there for now. I don't know if this was the question, but I think that's what I understood at least.
Так, щиро дякую вам, пані.
Well, thank you, Alexandra, for such a wonderful briefing. And I have to apologize for the technical issues that we had. Surely, it is important reminder for us about what Ukraine has to do towards the implementation of the EU directive and the responsible business endeavors. And this conference is indeed one of these steps towards achieving our goal, which is to create a platform for cooperation between the business, investors, and the government. In order to have this dialogue, in order to have this platform for consultations, for discussions, for making some joint decisions and implementing the standards. I thank Alexandra, and now let's go to global standards. We have Kristina Kaufmann with us today. By the way, do we have her online? By the way, all the speakers of this panel will be joining us online. And I would like to ask Kristina about the OECD standards. The one that, because OECD sets the high bar for responsible business conduct. So what role is played by the guiding principles in the post-war recovery, and why complying with those guiding principles is very critical for Ukraine on its path to, well, joining the OECD. Kristina, please.
Thank you so much for having me at this conference. I'm really excited to have this opportunity to speak to you, and I would just like to congratulate you, as my predecessors did, on organizing this conference. I think we are all impressed and full of respect on how you manage to organize such an event in these challenging times. You have asked about the role of the OECD guidelines that you called the gold standards. And I just want to highlight a few points. I think we just heard from the UN Assistant Secretary General Shoko Noda about the need for building recovery on RBC. And in fact, in the OECD, investment and responsible business conduct have been linked for a long time. And many people do not know that the OECD guidelines that we speak about so much these days, they are part of an overarching instrument which is about investment. It's the OECD Declaration on International Investment. That's quite an old instrument. We're actually going to celebrate its 50th anniversary next year. It's a policy commitment by the adhering governments, which include Ukraine. And the commitment is really to provide an open and transparent environment for international investment, and at the same time to encourage the positive contribution multinational enterprises can make to economic and social progress. So it's quite remarkable that already in 1976 countries would agree that there is a strong relationship between investment and contributing to economic and social progress. Now, if we look at the declaration, and I think this is very important in the current context, because we also need to convince business that you really have to invest in a responsible manner. If we look at the declaration, it wants to foster more, better, and safe investment. And it's really the better and the safe part where the guidelines come into play. And I want to highlight 3 points that I think are very important but also useful for Ukraine to highlight in the current discussions. If we look at the concept of responsible business conduct and particularly risk-based RBC due diligence, as we have them in the guidelines, they do contribute to a safe environment for investments. We heard that from Clare Ovey already. This is crucial in the context of conflict-affected recovery. It's critical for investors to know the impacts of the war, the various actors involved, and also the dynamics among them. We already know about the severe environmental damages, but we also need to know more. Are there groups which are particularly vulnerable and whose needs may need to be addressed first? As an investor, I want to know, is corruption present? And if we look at the guidelines of the OECD, they address essentially all these points because their scope is so broad and goes beyond human rights. And it's really, I cannot emphasize enough, this risk-based, conflict-sensitive RBC due diligence, that is the key. It's the key to identify and assess these issues. And that includes the long-term needs for the impact of recovery measures, and also given, that recovery, we do need to speed up, of course, but it will take a long time. Now, the second important role of the guidelines is their inclusive approach. Again, it was alluded to by Clare Ovey in her opening remarks, and this is also crucial from a business and investor perspective. Those who are affected need to be included in the discussion. We will not see a robust recovery after a war of aggression if those who have been and still are affected are not at the table. And this includes, of course, people, but it also includes businesses. Just think about all the SMEs that we have in Ukraine, the farms, also investors, the state, and representatives of civil society at large. In a conflict-affected setting, this is really absolutely essential because we have very complex dynamics between the different actors. Dynamics sometimes that we are not yet fully aware of. And that leads me to my third point, which very much resonates with what we heard from the Council of Europe, from Clare Ovey. It relates to institutions and trust. Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction needs are staggering. I just looked at the recent World Bank, the fourth rapid damage and needs assessment, and they estimate the cost of Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction at $524 billion over the next decade. So apart from contributing to creating a stable, safe and inclusive environment, such measures, the OECD guidelines, can also play a very important role in ensuring that recovery measures reach those who need them most and reach them in a transparent manner and based on internationally agreed standards. And this again is where the risk-based, conflict-sensitive RBC due diligence comes into play. And we can enhance both the effectiveness of recovery measures as well as institutional trust. And I really do think at this stage this is underestimated by almost all actors who are not deeply involved in the discussion yet. Institutional trust will be crucial. It's a crucial ingredient for a democratic society. And again, Clare mentioned it, in a war-stricken country like Ukraine, it is critical for rebuilding and reforming institutions that society has trust in the programs, in the measures, in the investments that are being proposed. And a last remark on your point regarding Ukraine's accession to the OECD. Ukraine already adhered to the OECD Investment Declaration. That includes a commitment to implement the OECD guidelines on RBC, and this is why Marina Kupchuk is also a member of representing Ukraine in the Working Party on Responsible Business Conduct. So Ukraine is already part of a community, clearly a community focusing on one of the very, very many issues the OECD is dealing with, but being a member of that community means you're among states that meet based on shared values, including democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, and generally speaking, a rules-based international order. And I think that's an enormous benefit for Ukraine, as it provides the country with access to a wealth of resources. I mentioned the Working Party, and it can build on these resources on its way to full membership. And I just want to conclude by stating very clearly, we have been at the side of Ukraine and we remain ready to support Ukraine. You can really count on the OECD. And yes, we care. We care about the country and we care about its people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kristina, for such an outstanding remarks. We would truly like to confirm, and we highly appreciate the support that the OECD is providing to us. That's a comprehensive support, not only in terms of the Committee on Investments. We truly appreciate that. We truly feel this support on a daily basis. I thank you for your remarks, and we truly are aware and implementing the guiding principles since 2017. We understand that this is the language that is well known among the international investors. We thank you for those important aspects that you have underlined. These are truly important in the context of attracting investments for Ukraine and in the context of post-war recovery. Thank you.
So, we're shifting now to another speaker. So Ms. Tetiana, she represents the platform. Tetiana Sakharuk will be with us now. Ms. Tetiana, I hope she's with us. And Ms. Tetiana, you actually represent a platform that unites the responsible business in Ukraine. So what is the attitude of Ukrainian companies? Are they willing? Are they ready to meet these new requirements? And what is the largest stimulus for them to move in that direction? being backed by 10 Global Compact principles and UN human rights and business principles. So, Ms. Tetiana, you're so welcome. Thank you, Marina. Thank you, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I see so many people in the room. Unfortunately, I have to be with you online today, but yeah. I'm really pleased to talk about Ukrainian business with you today. So business is the driver of changes for better. The one is faster, one is more adaptive, one is more innovative usually, and it can act with limited resources in specific terms, and this is the stimulus of innovations. So currently, business is doing a lot, not only for itself, for one's income, for one's survival and existence, for the growth, but also it helps the state as well to move forward. UN Global Compact in Ukraine is a part of working group. We also are in the negotiation process on European integration. We are there in the group, and as Alexandra mentioned today, so every single ministry is drafting or designing a huge pile of documents. They're analyzing so many documents that negotiation group should get to demonstrate, like, unfortunately, we have some problems with connection, to show where Ukrainian legislation is already compliant to European, what should be changed, and in which terms these changes can be possible, can be complete. So each ministry has to prepare an anti-corruption mainstreaming. It means, excuse me, yes, we have some problems with the connection. We hear you, but it's freezing, like, second by second. And so it means that we have to analyze completely all the legislative acts, like the whole bunch, laws, bylaws, all the standards, all the guidelines and orders, everything that regulates the anti-corruption capacity. So we have to analyze. Unfortunately, we have some problems. So if we have a chance to implement those documents, so if there's actually a chance for us to set this system, so ministry asked us to help to design that anti-corruption mainstreaming. So we've gathered our businesses. The vast majority were law firms and companies, but we also asked lawyers working for specialized companies, because it's a huge pile of documents, and we had to do a lot of work there. So we analyzed these. We also prepared some documents. In return, we talked to the ministries, and our anti-corruption mainstreamings were accepted as ones that are duly prepared, like in all parts of that. So I can tell you that business can actually be a huge assistant, critical assistant for the state negotiation process. And for us together to pave this way forward. So also we are a part of the working group on reporting, led by the Ministry of Finance as well. So we also gather businesses. We get information. We're asking them, like, what in their opinion will not be functional. But Marina, coming back to your question, what Ukrainian business actually needs? It seems to me that clear norms, like clear guidelines, applicable guidelines, and these guidelines and norms should be the same for everybody. So if we establish any kind of reporting model or mechanism, it goes for all the companies with no exception, okay? So we prepare those companies, we train them for that kind of reporting, because everybody has to understand what are the rules. And sometimes there are so many of these, but not always it's a system, not always it's systemic, not always it's consistent, What we observe now, that Ukraine can actually become an example, on how to work with veterans, those ex-combatants, veterans returning from the front line. There's no single country in the world where there's such a huge movement, we have in Ukrainian business like now. It's unique. Ukrainian business currently is functioning and it's supporting the mental health mechanisms and programs. We, as a part of the global network, we offer our global office to check the opportunity to include mental health support in business, to put it as obligatory, for businesses to report on that, or at least to start including this component in their agendas, because we observe how important that is. we claim that this is important. And Ukraine has very exceptional environment. Yes, we have the ongoing war and we do require this. But trust me, for all other business in different countries, like for the global business, for those businesses facing various problems, this issue, it may definitely become a benchmarking one. Unfortunately, we have really poor connection now. Why do we do that? Because we fight for people. We speak of headhunting. In developed countries where there are no wars and conflicts, these principles are included, and this is a feature of business sustainability. But for us, it's about survival. It's not just optional, you know? We do lack talents, we lack specialists, we lack actually people who are able to perform manual tasks, I mean blue collar. So my organization is leading the Ukrainian Energy Initiative, and recently we had a survey launched for energy businesses and asking them, like, what do businesses lack? Like they say, people. 97% of companies said that they lack people. They lack hands, they lack skills. So the fact that companies doing now, you know, the way they are tracking the social component ESG, the way they are incorporating it in their operations, this is a characteristic, a feature that business has to survive, and business has to think about today and tomorrow. Who will you recover the country with? Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Tetiana. Thank you so much. Truly, it's really important to hear the voice of business itself. And we confirm that for us, it's of huge importance, you know, to have this dialogue with business. And our cooperation, the establishment of the platform itself, its goal is to engage as much business as we can, talk to businesses, ask for their advice, you know, provide multi-aspect support and multi-dimensional support, and really understand what are the urgent needs, what are the challenges, what are they struggling with, like what should they be helped with. And in our environment, in our condition, like what should we do to make sure that these standards become the part of the agenda, how to help business actually to handle this. Okay, we're coming finally to one of the key issues, money. So, Stanislav, European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, EBRD, is one of the largest investors in Ukraine. So, when you assess projects for funding, what are the red flags, okay? What are the green flags when it comes to social and environmental standards? And is it enough to have the existing framework to operate within Ukraine, or we need some sort of adaptation? So, Stanislav, you're so welcome. Thank you so much. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear organizers. Do we have the proper connection? Well, more or less, yeah, so far. Thank you so much. It's really so nice to be with you here. And for 15 years, I've been with EBRD, and I'm pleased, I'm happy to be engaged in Ukrainian project. And I'm so happy to share our experience with you since the very beginning. Well, just from the start, I'd like to say that maximum support shall be provided by EBRD in future as well, and since the beginning of full-scale invasion, more than 8 billion of investment were provided. Almost twice more than in the pre-war time, and I'm really grateful for that, for making that happen. First of all, with the absolute support, with the staunch support of the management, of course, donors, and the bank team, and the solidarity at each step, at each stage, the solidarity of our colleagues. And we would love to get more of that support, of course. And we do hope that eventually we'll have long-lasting peace and that will start the full recovery of Ukraine. So when it comes to approaches and requirements applied by EBRD to assess the sustainability of investments, first of all, directly the standing principles, the ground principles that are put in the mandate. These are reflected later in sectoral strategies, in action plans for the countries. All the specificity is on board. But of course, the key element of the system is our ES policy. This is quite a voluminous document that fully covers all possible potential environmental and social risks we can face in projects. It reflects regulatory requirements, current trends, and what's important. All these requirements have to be used for all the projects. Okay, I will not stop in details, with the requirements, but I would like to tell that these are structured within the same blocks, within the similar blocks, like those that we've heard from previous speakers, like OECD guidance, yes. UN principles also were mentioned. It's pretty much the same, and these cover the governance system. Also, principles of social assessment of projects, labor issues, labor protection and hygiene, so architectural heritage, working with IFIs and engaging stakeholders and disclosing information. So like a broad spectrum of issues is there. Of course, not everything can be applied. It depends on the project itself, but all of these have to be analyzed. And via various sectors. So one of the transversal is gender equality, human rights, protecting vulnerable groups, also supply chain management, subcontractors handling, etc. So it's important to know that principles of the policy are unified with the same principles of all IFIs, basically of all institutions. The only thing that why our policy is special, we are led by legislation of EU, and we have to ensure the compliance with European directives in our projects. And we are very much oriented at private business support. And I should additionally note that special attention is paid to climate change tackling, and Bank took the responsibility that all of our projects have to comply with Paris Agreement requirements. The share of green funding targeted at climate protection and conserving the natural capital and other eco goals, at least 50% that share should be out of all investment amount. Okay, so just to sum up, we have very clear principles on how to assess sustainability in our policy, and we have obligations on climate protection, and we can actually fund only those projects that are fully compliant to those requirements. In strategic context, well, you already observe, you've heard it from so many speakers and organizations that the funding structure is changing, it's volatile. And practically all IFIs currently require the sustainability principles compliance when they fund. So the climate situation, the environmental situation is not getting better, and all the efforts are targeted at just to block the future deterioration. So we just need to strengthen the requirements, of course. And from the practical point of view, well, of course, it affects the business. More and more of our banks who are partners in Ukraine, they apply similar principles at national level. More requirements are introduced by trade partners to their suppliers, especially in the context of especially European partners, and therefore new directives emerge. And it's pretty clear that all these requirements will be obligatory for Ukrainian business on our Euro integration path. But what's really important to stress, on behalf of on the side of EBRD, and I think that other IFIs have the same vision, there's readiness, their wish to help as much as we can to help business to comply with those standards. And our mission, I would say, is to help to develop and reconstruct, to make sure the green and sustainable economy is functioning. And we don't expect our new clients that they are already compliant, fully compliant. No, we're ready to help them to grow and structure projects in such a way for these to be implemented, for these to be economically feasible, for these to be competitive, and for these to reach the SDGs, of course. So just answering your first question, I'd like to confirm, yes, in the context of Ukraine's recovery and your integration, developing the economy, we would love to provide the maximum help, and we'd like to, of course, continue. It will be a great thing for us to enhance our cooperation, of course. Okay, coming to the application, and enforcement of international standards, especially in Ukraine, in current conditions. And I've heard the previous speaker is also focused on that it has to be urgent, has to be super fast, like fast and furious when it comes to response. We do understand how hard for such a country as Ukraine now, especially with all these difficulties, any conflict, any disaster, such a catastrophic one like we have in Ukraine, of course, it creates unprecedented consequences like losses, a lot of damage. We observe like huge damage, like these are huge amounts, like unbelievable amounts, and with unbelievable amount of funding is required, and spectrum of needs is so broad because of the war. But the hardest factor is time. This support and assistance should be provided now, here and now. EBRD is also facing that. We are trying to accelerate our processes and also ensure that our requirements are met. And if at the beginning of the conflict, the critical needs were related to survival, okay, and our assistance was targeted at relocation of business, liquidity coverage, but now we're at the stage when we handle more difficult infrastructure, energy projects, developmental projects, and we have a little bit more time, to prepare these. But we still face some objective limitations when it comes to full assessment. First of all, when it comes to security, disclosure of information, and in the bank, we've established this internal mechanism, like how for us to take these limitations on board and at the same time make sure that we stick to conditions and we have additional resources on board as well. And in our projects currently, we pay a lot of attention to consequences of war, reintegration of veterans, affected persons, relocated persons, supporting their businesses, creating favorable conditions for employment, mental support, gender violence countering, also introducing standards of barrierless environment, inclusivity in municipal projects with transport, also human capital development, creating conditions to engage women and youth, people with disabilities in specific sectors where there is a lack of talents, and a lot of support is provided to ensure the energy autonomy, building the decentralized generation capacity. Renewable energy, of course, is there, and critical infrastructure objects restoration. So just to sum up again, I'd like to say that the ES principles and standards in our mandate, we have experts, we have all the expertise, and of course resources. It all allowed us to shape the approach very fast and respond to these urgent problems. Very good, of course, very good attitude of donors and managers. Their support allowed us even to accelerate the process. And also I'd like to underline the role of our banks and partners in Ukraine. The partnering banks have become one of the key channels to provide support in the country effectively. And of course, we all hope to get peaceful future, and we all would love to wake up in a peaceful future tomorrow. So it's important to start working on large infrastructure projects as soon as we can, because these require a lot of time, the most time for proper assessment, and it would be really important for us to have this optimal opportunity, to dive into the full recovery as early as we can, with all the best standards on board, with all the requirements met for the sustainable and for sustainable development. I would love us for that stage to start as soon as it should, and for us to get all the assets to apply these standards and to have as many projects on board as we can. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you, Stanislav. Thank you for this wonderful speech. And I think for us it was really important to hear that international standards RCB international standards are the basis of the policy, of the bank's policy, and this is an important thing for our business as well, an important statement as well. They have to understand, our businesses, that without this, it's impossible to integrate, EU integration I mean, and of course cooperation with such institutions like us, and we are really grateful to EBRD. We're extremely grateful for the support given to our projects. We as the Ministry of Economy, we know the best. You know how huge the support is. Thank you so much for the speech, and I'm grateful to all our speakers of the first panel. Thank you for these comprehensive statements. We heard about policies, we've heard of standards today and expectations, and the current reality we all live in. It may happen so that our audience has questions. Maybe someone would like to ask our speakers some questions. Maybe. Well, if someone is brave enough, you can actually use a microphone. Maybe online. Maybe our online audience is willing as well. All right. I'm not pushing you to give any questions. So then I will ask a question to speakers if they're still there. So the statement recovery, human-oriented recovery, you know, the very concept, it's the core of our discussion. But if we step back from mottos and statements, you know, what does it mean in practice, practically? For example, for an international company, an abstract one that tomorrow, let's say, wants to invest in Ukrainian infrastructure project, what is the first step for that company? What should one do differently compared to a standard investment project? Maybe some of you is ready to give an answer. May it happen so? Stanislav, maybe... Okay, we have the competition now. Maybe Alexandra will start. Alexandra, we're listening.
I would say this: first you pause, you know, like before you do something, you pause and you try to see what impacts I might be having. So starting to do some certain due diligence on what my business decision might have on the human rights, on the people. Is there any risk that this can be having a very serious and very likely adverse impacts? I think this is the first thing to do, and from there start doing the due diligence process slowly and surely. And I think one thing is to do certain things in a rush, but I think on the other hand, you should be aware of what is happening in your business operations and in your value chains, and not to hide from it, and actually put in place strategies to slowly and surely address the problem if there is any problem and that might be happening. So I think it's really taking maybe not too much time, but still taking some time to map and analyze what kind of issues I might be having, which might be addressing certain human rights and people's well-being. That's what I would do at the first stage. Thank you.
Yeah,
So just a fast addition, not just for international investors, but for domestic investors, of course, especially in the context of, okay, if you're planning to work with IFIs, please be ready. Be ready for a very detailed analysis of due diligence, okay? Check all the loopholes, okay? Check all the risks. You have to be aware of what is happening in your business. People are making business. People should be in the center of that assessment. Of course, there's so many other requirements like environmental, climatic, credit, financial, whatever. But the understanding of full picture will help you to understand what challenges you actually will be likely to get, and also to formulate your business plan of measures or actions for future. How will you address those challenges you're bumping into? And as we always say, in our practice, the largest challenges give the most opportunities to use it properly as a tool, okay? So we do have the expertise, we have consultants, we have database of methodologies, and how can that be practically done at a project level, you know? And we will be absolutely happy to share expertise and help you with the process of preparing, of analyzing project for future investments. Thank you. Thank you, Stanislav. Miss Christine, maybe you would love to add something, if you're willing to.
I just had to find the right button. Thank you very much. I just wanted to add on what Alexandra and Stanislav were saying. I think we also need to be careful not to overwhelm potential investors. It's very important to be very clear that the first step is really know who is affected. It can be as simple, so to speak, as that. And we just heard from Stanislav. I mean, we have veterans, we have displaced people, we have people with disabilities, we have lots of women. So just get a clear picture in the region, for example, that you're planning to invest. Who are these people? And bring them to the table, and then reach out to the expert. We heard across the morning that there's so much expertise, there's so much knowledge there, but don't get overwhelmed by already thinking, oh my God, if I have this and that, it will get so complicated. It's really breaking it down to the people. It's people-centered, and that means not talking about people, but talking to them and include them in the process. I just wanted to highlight that point.
Thank you so much. Thank you for giving these open and sincere answers. Okay, I'd just like to underline that due diligence procedure is also stated by OECD guiding principles and UN principles, as well. And this obligatory procedure, due diligence procedure, is also stated by the directive, EU directive, that Ukraine has to implement under the EU integration agenda. Therefore, my immense gratitude to all the speakers, and ladies and gentlemen, would like to ask our distinguished audience. Okay, please, I would love you to use the Mentimeter again. So, and just to answer one single question. Please, if everyone is okay, if there are any technical issues with entering this tool, hope not. So the first question, and I guess the only one, RBC principles introduction in Ukraine and implementation of those principles. What is that for you? Like, how do you understand that? Okay, it's a different question, I guess. Well, technology is not with us today. Okay, so in answers, we have the access to EU market as the top answer. Yes, this is important for our companies today, for sure. And this is really crucial for us in the context of EU integration, you know? Expectations of investors, yeah, for Ukraine for our recovery. Primarily, today it's important to engage investment, to attract investment. And of course, investors' expectations, we have to put it in the top part of agenda. It's super important. Okay, tax privileges. Yeah, interesting answers, by the way. We do have some interesting answers, and we can actually consider that in our future plans and actions.
Particularly in terms of tax privileges or benefits. Good. We are about to finish, but there's more responses coming. So, in the course of this panel, we have outlined some answers to the questions. So, we'll need to take a look at the infrastructure to support the responsible business now in Ukraine, which is already existing in Ukraine. Which tools and mechanisms are available to support the business on this path? So, I'm happy to kind of announce the next snapshot session, which is called Infrastructure for Responsible Business Conduct in Ukraine. Thank you for your attention. We'll continue with our work for now. Thank you to Marina. Thank to all the speakers. And I would like to ask Oleksii to invite me. We have a snapshot session, which means that we're going to be very fast because the cafe is already waiting. So, Oleksii, please take the microphone. And we were supposed to have Caroline Bright from the International Finance Corporation. So, as we are waiting for her, we can have more time for Oleksii's presentation. We can tell us more about the roadmap in Ukraine. So let's have the presentation by Oleksii on the screen. Greetings, dear colleagues, and I'm happy to introduce you Oleksii. He represents one of the major partners of this conference. We cooperate a lot, the Office of Green Transition. So Oleksii, please. Well, since I'm the first with the clicker, let me test that. So I'm happy to kind of welcome everyone, and let me tell you about the infrastructure on the implementation of ESG principles in Ukraine. What is the approach of the government and the regulators on the and what the business thinks about that? First of all of those working on the implementation of ESG in Ukraine today, they have a roadmap, and it contains some of the practical steps that are made by different actors and stakeholders on the field in order to implement the ESG principles. And the due diligence, indeed, is one of the key elements for the implementation of ESG in Ukraine. But all the players, all the actors and regulators, they can see their own roadmap. They understand what's happening with the implementation of the ESG. So then there is like second, the third level. I'm not going to show you too much into details, yes, but let's outline the main 6 components, and we don't see the 7th one. So first of all, the due diligence reporting, then EU taxonomy, the due diligence and the reform of public investments, the monitoring of sustainable investment and the fulfillment of sustainable development goals. This is a dynamic tool, so it can be amended. If you represent the organization that is also working on some elements of the ESG implementation, you can contact the Green Transition Office, and we'll synchronize that with other efforts that are being made by different organizations. So many organizations have already been engaged in the process. We're trying to coordinate and to perform a sort of a coordination role. But what I would like to mention is that if we could show the key stakeholder on this slide, the stakeholder that is really responsible for the implementation of the ESG in Ukraine, I would have a slide with 2 words, Ukrainian business, on that, because it is on the Ukrainian business that depends on how the standards, how the regulations will be implemented in Ukraine, because we're all working to create some preconditions, the regulation, the standards, the legislation, the guidelines, the explanations, etc. So it is on the business, depends whether those principles will be implemented in live. The workload on the business is very significant, and there's the numbers that point that in Europe they have calculated what is the workload on the European business under the directive for the due diligence reporting. There's different kind of options, including under the Omnibus Directive. So we have calculated what would be the workload for the business in Ukraine. So currently over 3,000 companies will be subject to that directive, and there will be like around 300 companies that will be participating in that, and we are registering all the companies from small to big that are working on this 579 program. They also fill this requirement to do something on ESG, so to be responsive to certain criteria. We have also analyzed the matter whether the Ukrainian business is ready to the implementation of the ESG. In our office, I've conducted a big social survey. We've asked over 500 managers from Ukrainian companies. You can find more detailed review on our website. But still, what I would like to mention is that there's this low understanding about the sustainable development, what it is, the sustainable development among the Ukrainian business. Still, the majority of the companies are very optimistic with the ESG implementation. They support the implementation of that principles when they hear about the meaning of that. Now, despite this optimism, only 5% of the companies are saying that they will be ready, in certain future, they will be ready to implement those principles and report based on these ESG principles. Surely we register all the practical obstacles for Ukrainian business in implementing those principles. The main things that we would need to operate to have some sort of data management system for the sake of reporting, and also there will be a need for the development of digital solutions for the introduction of those tools, plus a big share of the companies saying that they don't have enough personnel that is aware of those ESG principles and how to work with that. So there is a kind of a big gap on the labor market. So we do work with all those challenges together with the partners while working on the roadmap. Now, just a few words about what to expect in this direction in the field of ESG regulations in Europe and in Ukraine. We've already mentioned the omnibus process in Europe. Surely you've heard about this. And we've analyzed this matter in a very profound manner, and just recently we have published a report on our website. It contains all the details necessary. Kind of in general terms, in the first quarter of 2026, there will be a consolidated position and a voting in the EU on introducing changes into the EU taxonomy, CRSD, and others regulations. So that will have an impact on the legislation to be implemented in Ukraine. Which criteria shall be imposed on Ukrainian businesses? In Ukraine, a lot of things are happening in terms of the introduction of the Sustainable Development Reporting, and Tetiana has mentioned that we have an interagency working group at the Ministry of Finance. They have developed a special implementation strategy plus some regulations that will be implementing this sustainable development report, and they're just waiting for the final criteria to be adopted in the EU. Thank you. I can share the microphone. We thank to Oleksii, and we have Caroline Bright representing the International Finance Corporation. So during the first sessions, we heard more about the responsible business conduct, the business and human rights. Well, now we are speaking on the ESG. So raise your hands who already have issues with understanding the terminology. Okay. So the question to you, Caroline, what do you think and how the International Finance Corporation is dealing with all this multitude of terms and terminology? What is the correlation between the responsible business conduct and the ESG?
Okay?
Yes.
Perfect. So thank you so much for inviting me to join today, and it's a real pleasure to join you from afar, and I'm sorry I couldn't be with you. Let me just start off before I answer your question, just to repeat, as you all heard, my name is Caroline Bright, and I lead our work on environmental, social and governance at IFC. And IFC is, as probably most of you know, the investment arm of the World Bank Group. So we invest in companies, mostly private, in emerging markets like Ukraine, a very important market for us, in order to help advance development. And to your question, RBC and ESG. So I actually wanted to start off by giving you my 3 takeaways and then talk about those linkages. The 3 messages I want you all to take away is that this comes down to practices, purpose, and performance. So now let me get into these things. RBC and ESG, acronyms. And we heard from the previous speaker a lot of acronyms, CSRD, CSDDD, there's many out there. And it is really confusing. We have too many acronyms. I'm not a fan of acronyms because they are not well understood. And I think this was a point my colleague, the previous speaker, also made. Do Ukrainian companies really understand what lies behind these acronyms? Responsible business conduct, environmental, social and governance. What do these things really mean? We do have definitions. The OECD guidelines, IFC definitions, but unfortunately most businesses don't spend time reading those very complicated long documents. And we need to look behind these general concepts and really understand what they're meaning and help businesses put in place the right things to manage these. So my message is to look beyond these acronyms and think about the concepts and think about how to operationalize them. So I come back again to my 3 key takeaways: practices, purpose, and performance, because this is what unites responsible business conduct and environmental, social, and governance. We know responsible business conduct is about managing the negative impacts of the business and contributing to sustainable development. ESG, as defined by IFC and the original conception, which was referred to also by the previous speaker, is a way to consider the external impacts of investments. As an investor, very important for us. And how businesses that we invest in can manage the environmental, social, and governance risks of their operations. Both are about minimizing and managing external impacts and reducing the negative internal results that these can bring. It's really important to remember these are not loosely defined ideals about saving the world. This is why there has been such a backlash against ESG and sustainability in some parts of the world. These are concrete, clearly defined tools and concepts to help businesses manage their risks. Sometimes they're talked about as non-financial risks, and I disagree. I think that these are very much financial risks. They are real risks that can really impact the bottom line of a business, on its profitability, on its ability to maintain and sustain operations. And in this way, of course, it can be understood to be about sustainability, not just sustainability of the planet, but about the long-term sustainability of the business. It can also be thought of in terms of resilience, that companies have in place the practices they need to be resilient in the face of increased external risks and volatility. So again, back to my 3 key takeaways. This comes down to practices, purpose, and performance. I'll just run through those one by one and then wrap up. Practices. These are concrete systems and tools that the business has in place to identify, avoid, minimize, and manage its environmental and social risks. You cannot manage what you do not measure, so this also enables companies to measure and report on these risks, as referred to by the previous speaker, with all of these EU requirements for disclosure. Purpose. The company must do this purposefully. It can't be an afterthought. It can't be a magic bullet IT system that takes away this problem, or something done by somebody down in the business. No, this has to be a core part of the purpose of the company, i.e., driven by the board, governance level, and management. So they are purposefully managing these risks, and then they can benefit from the opportunities that these bring. And performance. This is how you get performance. Improved business performance, better results, better bottom line from actively managing through practices and purpose the business's ESG risks. I've worked with companies all over the world. IFC always looks at environmental, social, and governance in every investment we make. And we see that companies that manage these risks do better. There are tools and guidance out there to help companies do this. And I'm sure this conference will talk about many of them, and I hope we will come back and talk again about some of the tools that IFC can offer, many of which are already available in Ukrainian. And we have plans to develop other tools and guidance for companies in Ukraine to help improve practices and purpose for better performance. So I will leave you with this: practices, purpose, and performance. And that's what will drive better, sustainable, resilient, and responsible business for the long term. Thank you so much.
Hello. Yeah, thank you so much, Caroline. And just a few final thoughts for this panel discussion, and we will have coffee, and I will speak in Ukrainian. Отже, ми маємо пам'ятати.
So we have to remember just a couple of things. The due diligence has to have some reporting, because we can see that many of the Ukrainian companies and international companies are focusing a lot on reporting. Even the EU regulation, at first they had this directive on reporting, then they had a directive on due diligence. And, you know, that's kind of a reverse logic, because in order to have something to report, you have to have a due diligence procedure that would allow you to kind of evaluate your impact on the society, on the environment. So at first you need to have something to report about, and then you have to do a report. So the report is not the goal itself. The goal should be to prevent any negative impact. So speaking of the business, maybe that's not really a good analogy, but it's like submitting tax papers without the proper accounting. I mean, what the tax reporting would be about if you're not doing any accounting procedures. And then Oleksii mentioned about the number of companies that will be subject to different regulations, and indeed there is a big debate in the European Union with regards to that, and all the countries that are introducing the mandatory regulation on due diligence on human rights and environment, well, they're all facing with the question like which companies shall be subjected to that. But it's important to remember that the scope of regulations is a pragmatic step, but it's not relieving from responsibility in any way. So we shouldn't, have issues with understanding about this tax kind of levels. So the state is trying to introduce, mandatory regulation to the main players that have the main capacity to do that, and then after those big players will get along with that, they will start with extending that to other players. So this regulatory threshold should not be mixed up with the need to properly respect the human rights, and so the responsibility lies with all the companies. It doesn't matter the size of that. So really there are some guiding principles, but still the responsible business conduct is important. So here is the two important messages. At first there's due diligence and then reporting, and then all companies have responsibility, but will get an information or compromise from the state about which companies will be subjected to that. So we'll have a coffee break and we'll return in half an hour. The next session is going to be very important, as you can see that based on the agenda. So please don't get late. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to announce the last call. Please take your seats and let's proceed with our next panel. And let's proceed with our work. I believe most of the people in here. My name is Andriy Kitura. I'm the head of the office of the Green Transition at the Ministry of Economy, Environment and Agriculture. And it's an advisory body. So our task is to help the government to develop and kind of introduce some of the policies. The first panels were very important because the main focus was on the importance and the value of taking into account not only the financial indicators or parameters while taking decisions and making investments. So we'll proceed. Let's talk primarily on investments, and I'm fortunate enough to moderate the panel with representatives of the government and our key partners, and I would like to invite our speakers, Pavlo Kartashov, Deputy Minister of Economy, Environment and Agriculture of Ukraine, Kristina Mikulova, the European Investment Bank, then Yevgeniya Afanasenko from IFC International Finance Corporation. Then we have Mark Taylor, please. And we have Sinisa Milatovic from UNDP. Now, before passing the floor to the speakers, I would like to share a number of thoughts regarding our topic and the discussion on the overall. Ukraine is now facing a challenge in many respects, and surely we understand that we need a lot of resources, human resources, financial resources, technical, natural resources to cope with those. And we're limited in terms of the time, because we have, competition from everywhere, even our neighbors. I mean, they are interested in our survival, but for them, their own business, their own market will be more important. That's evident. So we would need to mobilize everything we have inside our country, and to try and to attract as many resources from outside as possible. Now, in order to mobilize our inner financial and human resources, and in order to attract some external resources, in order to teach the business to take decisions, it would be difficult, really. We need to change the approaches. So the reality, the business case, it's all about the need to take into account different social, environmental, managerial, and other factors. Why? Because they define the risk of certain investments into Ukraine. So all of our international partners will be paying a lot of attention to that. So now there is a big task or challenge for us, how to make it in a way that Ukrainian business would be able to adapt to that as well, so that our government would also be able to kind of properly and effectively coordinate this process. We're all interested in definitely in winning this war, in having equality, recovery, and kind of on ourselves, all by ourselves, we won't be able to deal with that. That's why we've gathered here. So even during the war, even during this risks in terms of lack of energy, we're still talking about the next steps, about the tomorrow's day, about where to find the money for the Ukraine's recovery, on how to become a fully fledged EU member, how to become a reliable partner and a competitor for our neighbors and for our partners on both sides of the Atlantic. So that's it from me. I'm not going to take any of your time. We have a wonderful speaker. Surely you'll have a lot to share with. Hopefully we'll have 2 rounds of small questions and focused answers to those. And maybe we'll have even some time to have a Q&A. So I would like to ask the first question to Pavlo Kartashov, Deputy Minister of Economy, Environment and Agriculture of Ukraine. I mean, for the first time in the history of Ukraine, we have a very large ministry that combines the functions, the kind of jurisdiction of 3 ministries. And now we have, the investment in the environment under one person, under one minister. I think that's kind of interesting and maybe the right signal for all the stakeholders. The change of environment, which is a risk and a challenge for us, but also a possibility for attracting investments. So, considering all this in mind, what is the vision of the ministry and your team in terms of, attracting external funding and at the same time complying with severe restrictions in the field of environment? Which tools, which policies do you focus on? Good afternoon. Thank you for the question. That's an interesting one. When you are asked about the portfolio or things you need to deal with, it's always about the investments, all about, all the tools that are currently so much in need in the process of recovery. But going back to the topic of our today's discussion about the responsible investments for the recovery of Ukraine, I would like to say the following. That, first of all, we are grateful and we are paying greatest respect to our main investors, that's the international financial institutions. We have a lot of different tools, but surely everyone knows about Ukraine facility and the investment component, which I guess is the largest of what we have in our country. And we are talking to international partners on a daily basis. And I think twice per month or even more regularly, we talk to representatives of IFS in order to discuss some of the topical challenges as well as some of the plans that might have in order to, first of all, understand what's working effectively. That's A. B. What's not working, and C. Where are we going? What are we planning? So going back to this responsibility and responsible investment, I would like to say that there's 2 sides of the coin. It has to be a responsible investment, but on the other hand, there has to be a responsible business. And responsible business is something that all the investors are looking at. The use of tools, proper use of tools and approaches. And as was mentioned by the speaker from the IFC during the previous panel, that the business has to be sustainable, resilient and responsible. Now, these are the three components that are very important in the business. First of all, it's the resilience. Now, resilience, in this case, we're primarily, at first, that's the sustainability. We're primarily talking about the business model. It has to be a sustainable one. It has to guarantee that the business is stable and it's going to be working for many years. Now, resilience, under the present days, no one has any doubts that Ukrainian business is a resilient one. Because should you take into account the conditions, current conditions for our economic component in Ukraine, for the way it's operating, it's surely hard to be, compared with other countries or with other conditions. It's incomparable. So, the responsibility, it kind of defined by twofold components, and it's all about responsibility not only for your business but the social responsibility, moral one, plus the responsibility for the human resources. And also we have a lot of priorities today, but whenever we're talking about the resilience of investments, we have to say that our approach in the ministry is based on the pragmatic national interests. First and foremost, that's the EU integration, and surely you're all aware that we're doing a lot to harmonize our legislation with the EU lex in order to grant access to the European market for our businesses. And we're also saying that we will need to implement a wide variety of tools today. For example, talking about the environmental policy, we've started some active discussions of a project, of a model for the system of the sales of pollutions. Surely there's a lot of components to carbon pricing, so we are trying to model what we should have, like today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, so that in 50 or 60 years our business would be ready and able to operate under conditions that we might have in future. So whenever we are modulating all of those things, whenever we talk to our experts of the market that are actually dealing with this matter to a certain degree, our logic is very simple.
So, this is not just about designing some new regulations, okay? And this is not just giving it to business, imposing it. Let's say after we do that, we want to step to business and say, okay, look, guys, we've designed this model and we want you to give a feedback, your vision. If something's wrong, tell us how it should be. Because there are things which are inevitable, okay? We still have to be there eventually and do that. But how we'll do that, in which way, how fast that's going to be, this is the process. It's the process of negotiations, the process of building trust and compromises, okay? Reaching the compromise with business. Okay, what else would I love to say? First of all, the ministry is, I guess, the most responsible one in these terms when it comes to investment climate, building. So we are the institution that is establishing the rules, setting the rules. And as of now, Ministry of Economy is a flagship basically in the regulation process, simplifying various procedures for business operations. And at International Economic Forum today, Mr. Sobolev, he was opening the forum and he gave so many examples, in his opening speech, like how many things are done today to simplify the business operations, and that there are so many programs of actually supporting business on its way. And what we are trying to do and what we're doing to make sure that we have the favorable investment climate and G2G agreements to be initiated with various states, because this is an unprecedented thing, truly. That scope, that amount of investment that we have today, we've never had that. That's a huge flow, and I would love to reiterate that. This is itself a demonstration of leadership of institutions we have at the panel. They'll tell us about the plans. Every day we have this feeling, we do feel that we're not just ticking boxes on the plan, that we've identified, like for a quarter, for a year, whatever, but we do feel this palpable support, like the energy sector support, like instant support every single time it's provided by international organizations after heavy shellings, after heavy destructions of our energy infrastructure. And we do observe that that is happening ad hoc, with no planning, with no boxes to be ticked, like, okay, we get the funds, we get the support, and everybody's ready to. And my profound gratitude for that. This is a responsible approach. This is a responsible way, but I just like to get your vision. What do you expect to get from Ukrainian companies and business? We've already started the discussion about increasing the funding in the front bordering territories. We also now are in the in discussion of funding other projects, various projects. So I would love you to share your vision, of course, what we as Ministry of Economy should do to get even more capital on board, and maybe which expectations you have right now when it comes to Ukrainian business. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. In fact, you did a part of my job because you smoothly pushed us to another speaker. Just 2 remarks to be given. Okay, EIB has truly become, for Ukraine, has truly become for a government, for a business, for a country, for our communities, has become a super reliable partner, a strong partner, who is leading, who is guiding, and showing us the most optimal way to make sure that we are moving towards sustainable development in future. But, yeah. And second remark that I'm giving, the key about European Investment Bank, it's still a bank. It's the key word in this abbreviation, They're assessing the clients, assessing the projects, analyzing these. EIB is like the EU bank, basically. ESG, green criteria, human rights criteria are very important. So, I would love to ask Ms. Kristina the following question. Okay, with this truly harsh requirements on ESG, how in practice your approach does look like when you assess the risks in Ukraine? Maybe something changed since 2022. What are the red flags that you observe or said? If you're able to share that with us. Thank you so much for the invitation. This is definitely an honor for me to stay with you at this panel and to provide feedback from the EIB. And so I would love to start with a little bit of history, okay? A story from my life, okay? When I was a little girl in Slovakia, 25, 30 years ago, let's say. Well, back then in my school, we had these coal vacations, as we call it. It means that kids were staying at home, not for 2 or 3 weeks when it was Christmas, like 4 or 5 weeks. They stayed on vacation because there was enough of heating supply, not enough of coal to ensure the heating supply. 16 years later, my little sister was born. Now she's not little, so she's a young leader already. But the school she went to was different, completely different. It shows not only the potential, but the fact that this dedication in long periods, so that country can get an opportunity to shift to a development model, sustainable development model. All of us have those opportunities. Green development. I will use English now. It will be a little bit easier.
Thank you very much for introducing us as the EU Climate Bank. This is a mandate that we bear not only with pride, but also with the burden of responsibility. Because especially in circumstances that are so extraordinary as they are here, in a war setting, very often people have the tendency to focus on short-term goals, focus on addressing emergencies, focus on resolving crises. And this is all well and good. Having been in Ukraine now a year, I completely understand how this is the primary motivation, because we're fighting for survival. However, side by side, you have the long-term objective to join the European Union, to give an equitable, fair future to your kids, full of opportunities, and also, as the future member of the European Union, to also adjust your standards and follow the policy priorities of the union that you will be joining. And this union has a very firm set of goals that are linked to the green transition. So let me structure my presentation around 3 points. First of all, who we are as the Climate Bank. What does that mean in practice? What policies, what standards do we perpetuate in our projects? How we work. How is this applied and unfolding here in Ukraine? You may see us making certain exceptions, right? How does that fit into that mandate of the Climate Bank? Yeah. So let me maybe say a few words about that as well. And finally, the third point about what comes next. Not only what we're doing now for Ukraine, but what we hope to do, especially with business, in the near and more faraway future. So let me start with the very simple one, who we are. What does the Climate Bank really mean? So in 2017, we adopted, after a fierce debate, an energy lending policy that completely took us out of fossil fuels, right? We said no more fossil fuels. We're not going to be financing that. At that point, we were the only MDB that was willing to say this openly, right? At the same time, we, in 2 years' time, we're presenting our Climate Bank roadmap, which basically had 3 main goals. And this is, apart from the no fossil fuels, complete alignment of everything, a single project with the goals of the Paris Agreement, and also hike up the proportion of green financing to 50% of what we finance every year, and hopefully more. By now, we have exceeded this target. The last commitment that we made was to mobilize trillions in investment by 2030. We're slowly working our way towards that target, but we're midway through the period that we committed to, and it's actually looking quite positive. So these are big numbers, right? They look very good on paper. Just to give you a sense of scale, each year, on any given year, a European Investment Bank lends about 80 billion euros. And we're unique, and this matters really for Ukraine, because we are likewise the only MDB that works extensively across the European Union with every single member state, and we also work outside. So this basically means that we hope to be one of your bridges when it comes to European integration, taking you from the outside to the inside and making sure that that transition also carries the green stamp, right, or the stamp of sustainability. Apart from the energy lending policy, we do have an environmental and social framework. So this consists of 11 standards, one of which I implemented in one of my previous jobs, and this was linked actually to banks. How do we assess the banks and other intermediaries' capacity to identify, assess, manage, and monitor environmental, social, and governance risks, right? This is also linked to our climate mandate, and we were revising this when I was doing that job in 2020, 2021, and introduced a new standard that covers banks, funds, microfinance institutions, and other type of intermediaries that we work with. We then put on the table also a substantial envelope of technical assistance that would allow these intermediaries to educate themselves and to also propose amendments to their maybe existing ESG strategies and policies and systems in order to adjust to those standards. The third instrument that we have is our additionality and impact measurement framework, likewise something that I worked on. And here you see that in our statutes, Article 16, as a public bank, Bank of the European Union, we have a commitment to additionality. We go where the market doesn't go. Otherwise, we don't have any value added. If the private sector could do this itself, what are we bringing to the table? And this means financial value added, non-financial value added. And the non-financial value added very often includes commitments that are linked to climate, environmental sustainability, social inclusion, and so on. So likewise, when I was doing that job, through my hands, I saw pass hundreds of projects, and I was looking at them precisely from this perspective. And this is an obligation, whether a country is or is not in the European Union, or yet, whether it is at war or it isn't. I mean, we are not actually backtracking on our policies. We're applying these frameworks every single time we assess a project in the European Union, anywhere else in the world, and in Ukraine. So this leads me to how we work, right? So I've told you what policies and standards we have in place. What type of investments do they actually support here in Ukraine? Again, you will hear big figures, 4 billion invested since the full-scale invasion. Out of that, 2.3 billion disbursed. Most of it is still public sector, but an increasing number of investments are now turning to supporting Ukrainian businesses as a backbone of the economy. And here we very much appreciate our partnerships with the European Commission, with the Ministry of Economy, Environment and Agriculture, in order to foster this agenda. For us, SMEs are and always were the engine that keeps the economy running. And if you look at what we do also inside the EU, when the COVID crisis hit, it was extremely important to make sure that especially small and medium-sized businesses do not close their doors, they do not let people go, they keep jobs, they keep livelihoods, right? So within 6 months, our European Guarantee Fund was already reaching small businesses. I agree, 6 months is still a big cycle. It could have come sooner, but it just shows that when needed, we can mobilize, right? And likewise, even in that fund, we maintained a green window that was focusing on sustainability-related businesses, giving them even better conditions, not only to survive, but also to thrive. Here we work through intermediaries, a set of them. So we have stepped up our support to SMEs via local banks. So for example, 100 million to Kroaxim Bank, 70 million to UGB, 60 million to Bank Lviv. All of this is channeled to small and medium-sized businesses. And again, each bank that receives our credit lines or receives our partial portfolio guarantees has to go through this due diligence check. And if we find that their capacity to address environmental, climate, governance, social related risks needs help, we have technical assistance that we call UMIR from our own EU for Ukraine Trust Fund that we channel to these banks. UGB is actually our pioneer, our front runner in this sense. Their ESG strategy and policy and the risk management system should be ready by the end of this year, presented to the community of banks here in Ukraine, and hopefully also serve as a direction of travel for others, including a center of excellence. So we will be collaborating very closely together in order to showcase some of these results. We also work with funds, and this is the more innovative segment of the Ukrainian economy that likewise needs to be supported, because people need to imagine a better future. People need to innovate, and some of these businesses, what they're doing is truly amazing. So we were very proud, for example, to announce a commitment of 15 million to a 50 million Phoenix Tech Fund alongside French partners, BPI France, Propaco, that is exclusively for Ukrainian startups. This is the first instrument of that kind. In the past, for example, we supported Horizon Capital. We have others in the pipeline, but this one, exclusively for Ukrainians, with no excuses as to risk distribution. Let's bring in other markets. This is just for you and just for this very sensitive segment from pre-seed to seed to Series A. So this leads me to the last part, and I'm sorry if I'm taking up too much time. I'm almost done, I promise. The last one is what lies ahead, right? So I've given you a sense of how we are applying our policies and standards to make sure that the investments that we do here maintain that sustainability focus, despite the short-term nature and very often the crisis circumstances that we have here. It is our role as the EU bank and as the EU's climate bank to keep you focused on the long-term goal that encompasses sustainability, encompasses the green transition on the path to the European Union. And I'll give you one example. So you may have seen us financing gas recently. 300 million for Naftahaz for winterization for this winter season. You may think this is at odds with the mandate of a climate bank, wouldn't it? But as part of this derogation, of this exception that we're granting, we actually have a long-term green component embedded in that loan that will flip what we are now investing to help in the short term with the gas crisis into green capex and the decarbonization of Naftahaz. So here is how we are trying to maintain that balance. This is one example. There are others, but I'm very conscious that we have distinguished panelists here with tremendous insight that you want to hear. So thank you for your attention. Дякую дуже. Сподіваюся.
Thank you so much. I hope it was really useful.
and I will switch to Ukrainian.
I would like again to say that I'm admiring all the foreigners who come to Ukraine, learn our language much faster and much better than many Ukrainians, and they speak actually better even. Yeah, and help us to recover the country. I'm extremely pleased with that. And just a small remark. So when I was a little boy, yeah, I used to be a little boy someday. I had long, long, long vacations because of the same reason, just like in Slovakia. And I have 2 kids now, and they also have now, in fact, in 2025, long vacation. They will have prolonged vacation due to a different reason, of course, and we are changing. In 1990s, we didn't have that strong civic society. We had no vector, no vision of our moving. Now we have it. What's important? We have very strong partners. Never, within these like even hundreds of years, we've never had so many allies like now supporting us during the war. It's important, the leverage we have to use. Okay, I would love to step to another speaker in this panel. If EIB is focusing mostly on public sector, IFC, well, this is the key player for the private sector. There are no doubts and objections. And I would like to know that IFC they have performance standards, which is a quality sign, or basically the best they use in this private sector area. So these are quite harsh in details, yeah, and comprehensive. And assessment. So basically the ES factors check is quite a harsh one. But IFC is successfully operating in Ukraine. So Yevgeniya, can you tell us more about IFC? How are you assessing the environmental and social risks for Ukrainian clients? And what changes do you observe? Maybe something has changed because of the war, and what do you see in future? Thank you so much, Andriy. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings, dear participants of this event. So, I'm extremely pleased to see representatives of other IFIs. And it's really nice to hear that we are on the very same page, in the very same sentence even of the page. And we are serious, all of us. We're serious when it comes to resilience, when it comes to sustainability in the context of Ukraine's recovery. And truly, Andriy, as you mentioned, IFC, as one of the structural units of the World Bank, is one of the leaders in policy implementation. ESG accountability policies implementation. Our sustainability policy is the flagship document, the flagship guideline that actually is orienting our operations when it comes to ESG assessments in all the projects. It's backed by 8 standards, performance standards, which include environmental, social, and also a transversal universal standard that describes the environmental and social management systems. Well, the standards in general are harmonized with EBRD standards, EIB standards, but I will just remind you now that these are the standards on pollution prevention. Biodiversity standards also are there, labor, safety conditions, cultural heritage, alienation, and appropriation of lands, and the rest. So, when it comes to the current requirements, or let's say changes that we've had since 2022, the key principle is the same, stays the same. Every single project that is analyzed when it comes to likely IFC funding, it goes through due diligence process to make sure that it's compliant to our standards. The only thing that has changed, some procedural nuances, because not every project, not every client can be visited, let's say, okay? So we have to use hybrid methodology, assessing online, let's say, okay? So we need to use the digital environment, local consultants or partners. Now, in Ukraine, my task is not only to go to conferences, I also paid a visit to one of our clients in Western Ukraine, and I was really happy to observe that despite all the difficulties of the wartime, they are still successfully, they are developing their renewable energy project and planning even some more. Next thing. We must thoroughly assess all that scope of information about the projects that we do publicly disclose, okay? So, all the information that is disclosed, we have to thoroughly check, actually, to make sure that we do not jeopardize our clients, not to create extra problems for them, not to disclose the location of critical infrastructure objects, of the industrial capacities, and not to disclose any technical details and aspects which may lead eventually to attacks against them. And the third thing, we give our clients more time than usually is given to make sure that they take correctional measures. In due diligence process, and based on the results of due diligence, we identify those discrepancies when it comes to requirements, and also we set a list of ES measures that our clients have to take for them to ensure the compliance. It requires more time, of course, and it takes more resources. It's more time consuming, and partially we are providing the resources. My colleague Caroline, in the previous session, she mentioned that. Other colleague will tell a little bit later in the next session. So certain statements are we usually hear, maybe you can lower the ES requirements. We hear these questions. Maybe you can lower these requirements and soften these, and somehow accelerating the recovery of certain damaged objects. Yes, this is a difficult issue. We know that, but our obligation and our vision is that we have to stick to requirements. These short-term advantages, something we can have here and now, these benefits will be devaluated in long-term perspective. In the previous session, when you were giving an answer, to the question like, why do you think that ES standards are important? You mostly, the vast majority of answers told that if company meets the standards, company gets access to funding and gets access to European markets, respectively. So on the one hand, banks are the locomotives, are the drivers pushing the standards forward and actually pushing the ES requirements, keeping them on the surface and providing funding. On the other hand, they prepare Ukrainian business, they train Ukrainian business basically for accelerated post-war recovery. They help them to build the muscle, the recovery muscle. But the problems for clients, they have it, of course. If we take, for example, the most affected sector, energy sector, of course, I guess the half, if not more, of the generation distribution capacity in Ukraine, we've lost that, as you know. Many of these solar and other renewable generating capacity are mostly concentrated in Western Ukraine or in the zones which are not threatened by attacks, by frequent attacks at least. So in these zones, quite often there is a dilemma that emerges, because in these zones, in these territories, we have recreational, zones, natural parks, for example, and we have to protect biodiversity, of course. Do we reach the compromise? So we have to recover the energy at the expense of losing biodiversity? No, it's not an option, of course. So we stick to those requirements with no exceptions, and we still continue backing our clients. Together with them, we draft the measures to mitigate consequences, environmental and social both. Now, speaking about new risks or new aspects. Many of these already have been mentioned today by my colleagues. Special categories, or we call vulnerable categories of citizens. Of course, IDPs and other allocated people. We have veterans. We also do observe that the number of migrants, especially labor migrants, is growing. Why do we have this phenomenon? Because Ukraine, let's say, lost a lot of qualified hands, and if we don't engage large international companies for large infrastructure projects, these tasks that we said will be impossible to complete. And of course, it requires certain approaches, let's say, starting from the issues with housing, labor safety, mechanisms for complaints to be considered, and so on. And we also do observe that we have more and more young people being employed in enterprises, much more than we had before. And those people who already are retired officially, they again re-enter the labor market, you know, to make sure that they can help their country to recover. And also due to certain financial reasons. Mental health issues, these were mentioned, of course, safety and security. But what do we observe simultaneously? That there are some, let's say, negative trends when it comes to Ukrainian legislation, and we have to be very open about it. The changes that somehow contradict our standards. For example, minimizing the role of trade union and the employees association, simplifying the process of urgent termination of labor agreements, and also the rule that we use. The most strict requirements, the strictest requirements, are the priority ones. If the requirements of our corporation, if the IFC requirements, our policy standards and requirements are stricter compared to national legislation, our requirements prevail, okay? And in some sense, these may be hard to reach for clients. We do understand this when it comes to our requirements and standards. Just to finish, in long-term perspective, companies who already introduce social responsibility and compliance, who start doing it now, who already opened this book, they will be on the winning side because their qualification will allow them to attract talents. They will be the best employers eventually. This will improve their reputation both internationally and domestically, and of course this will bring other benefits to them. So business responsibility, social, economic responsibility, and accountability, this is the key guiding principle for us, for IFC, and of course we claim that this should be a state policy. Thank you.
Thank you for such a very detailed and full of practical advices briefing.
For our next two speakers. For me also it's very interesting to see how such countries as Norway, the United Kingdom, Switzerland are helping Ukraine, supporting Ukraine to be a part of the EU, while that countries are not going to do it. What do you think? What is the key reason? I believe the key reason is that they truly understand how difficult it is. They want us to pass this, to go this pathway for first, and then probably could help them to become, in some moment, part of the EU. Norway is probably the best case of a country which historically used their chance and utilize natural resources, revenues from extractive industries, and build so strong financial institutions, so strong framework, infrastructure, and society that they basically secure a long-term sustainable development of their country. So if somebody knows something in long-term investments, probably Norway is the best case. Yeah. So speaking about such investments point of view, could you please, we'll be happy to hear from you, like how the investors currently in Ukraine are estimating environment, social, human rights topics, risks, whether they are asking investee to build, say, internal capacity, and last one but not the least, what should we expect from Norway? What is the policy or plans of Norway, maybe to support and promote such practice? I mean, responsible business practices in Ukraine.
Thank you, Andriy. Is this working? Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you also to the Ministry of Economy and UNDP for the invitation to be here. It's a real privilege to be able to speak to you on this topic and from this stage. I want to start by commending the government for taking these kinds of initiatives, because it is, from our experience in Norway, extremely important that the government signals to the market, that the government signals to the private sector that responsible business conduct is the way forward. You're right, it has been part of the Norwegian tradition for a long time, and I will come back to that a bit. But first I want to explain a little bit about who I am, or at least what this thing called the Nansen program for support to Ukraine actually is. It is the name of Norway's assistance to Ukraine. It's Norway's largest aid development program. It is both military and civilian aid. And I work for the agency which is called NORAD, which is responsible for managing the civilian part of that assistance. We have assistance across the sort of spectrum of aid. So we're a development agency, and in Ukraine we are supporting everything from humanitarian assistance in the east to governance issues, anti-corruption, human rights, as well as reconstruction. And part of the reconstruction work includes work with the private sector, work with state-owned enterprises, in particular in the energy sector, but also more generally. And a small part of that support, or a modest part of that support to the private sector, is direct support to companies. So we have a small program which gives grants to companies, small grants to enable small and medium-sized enterprises to do things that actually can have an impact now. Rebuilding, reconstruction, energy infrastructure, etc. And it's within the context of that work where we are implementing the kinds of standards that you've heard described here. So very briefly, to answer that question of sort of what expectations do we have of our private sector partners, we communicate to them both in the application process and in the contracting process that they're expected to meet the basic standards of international responsible business conduct, namely the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights and the OECD guidelines. Both the UNGPs, as they're known as, and the OECD guidelines are in the contracts that companies sign with us, as are the IFC performance standards for those who are implementing projects or project finance. We follow up. We train, or we offer. We'll be holding a session near the end of this month for the first batch of companies that we have provided direct support to, and we follow up with them. So we help to provide the capacity for companies to meet the standards that we expect them to operate with, and we follow up to make sure that they're implementing those standards. I'm part of a small team within the Nansen program that has responsibility for risk management. And so we are the ones who actually decide, okay, well, which companies and which other partners are we going to make a priority of following up with? And we rely in our work on Ukrainian sources for understanding what are the risks out there. So yes, sure, we look at whether or not a particular company has the right systems. We look at whether they're compliant with the international standards that have been described here. But we also look at the risks they face on the ground, in the value chains that they are working in. And to do that, we of course engage with Ukrainian partners and including Ukrainian businesses. But it's really important because what it means, one of the essences of this term due diligence, which has been referred to many times here, is not just to be compliant with international standards. Absolutely, due diligence is the core process that companies need to understand, whether it's anti-corruption or respect for human rights, very similar processes. But the objective is to enable the company to be doing the right things so that it can stay invested in places like Ukraine. And this is the essence of what due diligence means for a responsible investment framework and a responsible framework for foreign direct investment. So we want to be in a position to engage with the companies that we support so that they're able to stay, that divestment isn't the only option when things go wrong. I want to circle back to your first question a little bit about the lessons from Norway, and I would say that we are the last people to want to lecture anybody about the way to do things. But from our experience, one of the foundations of responsible business conduct policy in our policy frameworks. So we have a so-called due diligence law in Norway that is similar to what is being now debated in Brussels, the CSDDD. We already have one. We've had one for about 2 or 3 years now. One of the reasons we have that kind of law, one of the reasons that we are concerned about this issue in NORAD, why our agency that supports export finance is also one of the leaders in implementing IFC standards. One of the reasons for all of this is is basically social expectations. Norwegians expect us to be ensuring that businesses we support are acting responsibly, that they're not corrupt and that they're respecting human rights as a minimum. And they expect Norwegian businesses to be doing the same. And I know a little bit about Ukraine, and I understand the way in which people view corruption here and how seriously people take it, and how much they view it as both a really serious problem that needs to be tackled, and that is a great basis on which to build those social expectations for responsible business. Not least because the tools that we use, again, due diligence, are very similar. When you move from anti-corruption to human rights to environmental impact assessments, anything that assesses the negative impacts of business. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, thank you very much. The answer was really clear. And Sinisa, the next question will be to you. And like Mark said, human rights, anti-corruption are really crucial points for investors, to be honest. And we need it even more than our foreign investors, because they already have such systems, due diligence, etc. But the problem is, not only one, but maybe the most complicated in this sphere, is really hard to convince stakeholders in Ukraine during the war that this issue is, should be prioritized. How to explain the business case for human rights in Ukraine? What could be your advice, maybe your experience or based on your practice in other countries?
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I'm Sinisa Milatovic. I'm a global advisor, specialist on business and human rights, and we work in UNDP in around 50 countries on business and human rights globally. And the first question, or one of the first questions I get asked normally is, this is all great, we want to respect human rights, but won't this harm our competitiveness? You know, if essentially we respect human rights, what happens to our competitiveness? What happens to our profitability? And won't markets punish us? Won't investors punish us? So this has been nagging at me for a long time. I don't have a boyhood story or a girlhood story like this, but when I started my PhD 18 years ago, I wanted to look at this, and there wasn't the data. And we waited and waited and waited. And finally, Olena, who's the person, let's say, behind this conference largely, along with the Ministry of Economy and myself, we spent the last few months in our overtime, let's say, doing a study on essentially this. Does respecting human rights harm your company financially, both from the perspective of profitability and from the perspective of investor valuation? And this is the first study of its kind ever. We looked through the academic literature. There are studies that look at corporate social responsibility, ESG, but nothing that zeroes in on human rights. So I'd just like to give you a sneak preview. We'll be launching this study at the UN Global Forum in Geneva in November. But I thought I'd give you a teaser of what we found because it's very interesting and it helps to answer that question. So essentially, is responsible investment profitable, more or less? And is it profitable to be responsible as a company? So essentially, what we did, and bear with me, some of these are technical terms, but I think they might be useful just for you to understand, is we looked at two kinds of performance. One is accounting-based, so essentially your profit margins, your efficiency, and so on, your cash flow. And second is how the market values you as a company. And the idea was to look at your change in human rights performance over time. So if you look at a company's change in human rights performance over time, and then subsequent financial performance, so not prior to that or at the same time, what is the impact of human rights performance on financial performance? And to do that, we used a benchmark called the Corporate Human Rights Benchmark, which charts and grades companies on their policies, processes, practices, and so on. And we looked at every company that they have. So this is not a selected sample. This is every company that they had results on over time where we could compare results. They have other companies, but unfortunately we couldn't compare. This is 235 large global companies in the 5 sectors you see there. Most of them would fit under the scope of the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, 88% of them. So we're talking about large companies here. I mean, that's one important sort of limitation. And essentially, we looked at from 2018 to 2023 their human rights performance and subsequent financial performance from 2019 to 2024 and so on, in order not to have reverse causality. So essentially, what do these corporate human rights benchmark grades measure? You can see here policy commitments, governance, accountability, but also processes. How do you embed respect? Somebody was mentioning governance, how do boards incorporate human rights performance, and then practices as well. So how are companies doing on the ground? So there's a mix of 96 indicators looking at all of this, and you see here changes in human rights performance. So essentially, the headline finding is that not only is there no negative impact on your human rights performance, but the most important result, the most statistically significant, is that your return on assets, and for those who are not economists in the room, I'm not an economist, I'm a lawyer, your efficiency essentially goes up. And it goes up, so just to boil it down to its essence, for every 10 points that you improve on this 100-point scale of human rights, your return on assets improves by 1.7 points. So this is a meaningful difference. I mean, we could talk about examples within the study, but essentially, it pays in efficiency to respect human rights. So there's two important nuances, and then because I know we have to be quick, and there's more in this, the study will be launched and published and so on. The first one is that actually the benefits are most tangible for companies that start at a lower baseline. So the worse you're doing on human rights, the quicker your improvement is. Okay, so this is actually contrary to a lot of what you hear. How are we going to do this? This is going to take a long time for us to introduce. What about the costs? What about hiring people? What about doing audits? What, et cetera, et cetera. Actually, the reverse is true. For these companies, for every 10 points they improve on human rights, their return on assets, their efficiency goes up by 4.7 points. So their benefits are the most pronounced. The second is that the positive effect is actually the strongest for smaller firms. Again, relatively smaller. We're not talking about your mom and pop store or something in a small and medium enterprise, but the smaller firms in this sample had the biggest benefit in terms of their efficiency. So you see smaller firms and also firms that are doing worse, quote unquote, on human rights, profiting the most in terms of their efficiency. And then to come back to investors. So how do investors view this? Actually, investors are not penalizing firms for improving their human rights performance. There's no negative relationship. There's a slight positive relationship, although we'd have to look at a bigger sample of firms that we don't have data. But there is no negative relationship between you doing well on human rights and how investors view. So investors are essentially not viewing your company as wasteful, frivolous, why are you spending money on this? Why aren't you, cost cutting, et cetera, et cetera. Again, just to reiterate, we're not claiming that this is an answer for every company, every sector in the world, but this is an answer for every company that data exists on around the world. And so we're talking about 235 companies from 5 different continents, from 5 different sectors and so on. So what does this all mean? Just to wrap it up there, if you will. Well, for business leaders, I mean, clearly, if it's your company, you don't really have an excuse for inaction, essentially. Again, I'm a human rights lawyer. I don't think that compliance with human rights should be, contingent on profitability. But if that was your argument against, you don't really have the argument. Second, if you're a policymaker, so we have the Ministry of Economy here and others, and, we've talked to initially to governments in the EU and so on. If you're a policymaker, you shouldn't be thinking about competitiveness in very simple terms. More human rights equals less competitiveness. In fact, it's vice versa. And third, if you're an investor, well, essentially, it shows you that you can broaden the space about how you conceive responsible investment. So it does pay, essentially. And with that, I hope that was 5 minutes more or less. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation and for your research. I had been working for many years in large consultancy companies specialized on climate change and sustainability. All my clients were asking me, could you please in numbers explain me how can we measure our resources used for responsibility and ESG, etc. And to be honest, I didn't have really good numbers because they didn't exist at the moment. So such research is crucial not only for businesses but for governments as well. The same situation. We need to deal with limited resources, a lot of tasks, and make the best decision. I will switch to Ukrainian language.
The second question would be the same to all the speakers. It's going to be a short one about the dreams. We have a lot of strategies in Ukraine, maybe too many strategies. Maybe we don't need that much strategy, but still the most important component is setting the goals. So 5 years has already passed. How do you measure that we are on the right track? Which indicators can you see for the Ukrainian government, for the business, and for your own activity in Ukraine as our partners? That kind of the indicators that truly prove that we are on the right track, that we do the recovery based on the principles of responsible business, on ESG, etc. let me kind of sum up what I heard during the first half of our forum. I think the words that were repeated by all the speakers today, they were all the same words. More specifically, the recovery of Ukraine, it's not just about the recovery of infrastructure or the normal life, it's all about the recovery of trust. It's all about the recovery of justice and fairness, as well as the recovery of inclusivity. I think these three criteria are the kind of the overall criteria that would allow us, would allow kind of to tell us that the goals for setting their responsible business were achieved. And just a couple of words about what should be the immediate tasks for the government, for investors and the companies. First of all, to finalize the harmonization of the legislation and implementation of whatever commitments Ukraine has under the international agreements, the Paris Climate Accord, the Ukraine Facility Plan, etc., making sure that Ukrainian legislation is closer, is harmonized, both in social and environmental part of this legislation. Secondly, the International Finance Organization is the locomotive that promotes the businesses and the government to the introduction of standards of environmental responsibility, but the companies have to include that into their own business module. That has to be used as the tool for managing the risk and not just one of the bullets in the list of requirements of the investors or some legislative requirements. And finally, this is a more structured, a more transparent dialogue and considering of opinions of different groups of stakeholders. Thank you. Andrei, I would allow myself to have a short response, but as one of the classicists say, don't build very strategic plans. It's not really a long-term option, but currently we have a lot of international commitments, meaning our integration with the EU. We spend 2 or 3 hours of working meeting with all the ministries and agencies on EU integration. We make summary of what we've done over a week and what's our plans for months, and for 3 months we have a lot of indicators that we need to comply on in due time, and that's primarily related to national legislation. So we have the whole teams working, and this is something that is happening on a daily basis. But speaking of international organizations and what they're doing in Ukraine, well, primarily in addition to investments, that's all about the introduction of high standards that we need to strive for the business to be sustainable, flexible, and responsible. And also there's the big work that they are doing, meaning the investment not only into the projects but also the investments into the city or municipal capital, because there's a lot of programs for the adaptation of the business. We are discussing a lot of them as well, that we have vulnerable sort of population, we have businesses that require support. It's not just about the money, it's about flexibility, adaptivity, etc. So talking in a comprehensive manner, the government has to fulfill its own tasks and commitments, but still the big players like IFIs and our international partners, they are setting very significant goals, and this is the standard that we're trying to kind of reach sometimes, yes, but this is something that we're striving for, and we are trying to make it happen on due time. Thank you. Do we have any other questions or thoughts?
По-перше, я хочу вітати Україну.
First of all, I want to compliment Ukraine on finalizing the screening process. This is the fastest screening that was ever produced. This is an incredible result because, you know, kind of adapting for the European standards to, well, to kind of analyze this acquis communiqué. That's a long process. My country has complied with that as well. It was a lengthy process, but at the same time we continue with the recovery of Ukraine. We're not waiting for the end of the war, for the kind of ceasefire. That also points to the resilience of the economy. We're building back better. And just to remind about the schools, the school has thermal insulation, energy efficient building house. There's the social housing for where the vulnerable groups of people can find their kind of chance for a new life, supporting to business. We have a lot of experience of supporting social inclusion through the banks. Then there's this grant package that the company might receive when it creates a job for an IDP or for women. And so we can define vulnerable groups with different ways. We will have a big group that is veterans who would also need, would be willing to start anew. So maybe they would need to have some reskilling, etc. So we can use this model that we're already aware from the experience of other countries and to adapt it to some of the terms and conditions in here in Ukraine. Just to remind you that simultaneously we have a Euro integration process, and there's this request to harmonize the legislation of Ukraine with the EU lex. Then we kind of do the testing, and we want to maintain the balanced development. We don't want to see the economy which is just an engine or a locomotive as it is in the West. We want to balance this development, and for example the European Union or our bank, it's called cohesion, that we also support in the European Union. And as for the jobs, our assistance goes through the bank and through the foundations. It allows to direct investments to the frontline regions only and to comply with the risks, whatever they are. And this allows to have our guarantees for their portfolio. And so the business owners in red zones, they can get some beneficial terms for certain deals than they could have under other conditions. Thank you.
Very quickly to follow up a little bit on what Yevgeniya said about the restoration of trust, which is really at the center of, I think, what I was trying to say about how society views business. So if you're trying to think of a way that in 5 years' time to kind of assess what would be a marker for whether the responsible business agenda has advanced or retreated, I think opinion polls about trust in business, about the legitimacy of business, is a very simple and kind of obvious one. The other ones are the ones we know, because they're the objectives of the rules that we're talking about here, and that is a cleaner environment and a better and safer workplace, those kinds of very concrete things that matter to people's lives. And then just one last reflection, which is that we've spoken today almost entirely about responsible business and what responsible business looks like. And what's implied by that, of course, is that there are businesses that are irresponsible. And there are businesses that don't do the right thing. And that's really important, especially for governments to take forward and to think about the issue of accountability and how you do that. And there are, of course, lots of examples internationally about both judicial mechanisms, but also non-judicial mechanisms for helping to make that possible in the context of complex investment climates.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep. Perhaps just one final thought, which is, we at the UN, our brains are wired to function along the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. And they have a first pillar, and Pavlo mentioned, all the various international standards. And the first pillar is basically about the responsibilities of the state. So I'm not going to talk about that. And the second pillar is about the responsibilities of businesses. And we see benchmarks like this corporate human rights benchmark and others. So I think that there's ways to measure how well companies are doing when it comes to respecting human rights. But the third one is one I don't think we've mentioned much apart from this one sentence that Mark just mentioned, which is about remedies. So the final thing that I would like to see, and this is true for any country, not necessarily just Ukraine, is that workers, people whose environment has been polluted and so on, have access to effective remedy, whether that's through courts, whether that's through other means, national contact point, I'm looking for Marina, or ombudspersons or others, because I think that that's a very useful benchmark of how well a particular country is doing with regard to responsible business conduct. And it's also actually why we're doing this, in order to make a difference in the lives of what we call rights holders, so workers, communities, and others. Thanks.
Дякую дуже.
Thank you so much. And let's just take at least one question. Let's try. If we have people willing to do that, or everybody is already there at lunch mentally, okay, we still have, a question. So, okay, someone should give the mic to who you are and who you address the question to. My name is Olena Shturkin, law firm Dictio. I think I'll talk to Miss Kristina. Okay, I'll address it to her. So I'm interested in the following. From the standpoint of projects that you've received recently, okay? So the quality of projects, is it higher? Okay, if these projects if there's a higher percentage of projects completing the due diligence check, if it's the higher share of those, because maybe 2 years ago, as we do work a lot with Ukrainian business, construction business. 2 years ago, many of the projects were just returned, and these were called the immature projects, the raw projects, And what's happening now? Is it like a lawyer's request or something like that? No. It's beyond my professional scope now. Okay, if I understand you correctly, this is the issue of capacity. Is there higher, lower capacity when it comes to projects, or it's basically at the very same level? And how does war affect that? Okay, Ms. Yevgeniya reminded us of this, that at wartime it's a completely different scenario that's rolling out, and quite often companies, they have to, what they should pay attention to, how to retain talents, how to retain human capital. It's not just about even developing or dreaming about future. It's about surviving, how to balance this. This was the part of my first speech. We allocated huge funds in terms of technical assistance for all our beneficiaries and clients that can actually help to prepare and draft proper project packages and documents. So this can be actually subject to monitoring, how the project is progressing, if any potential challenges are there, if it's about contracts, if it's about behaviors, okay? We spoke about anti-corruption efforts also. For these tools, EU for Ukraine, our fund, yes? This will be assistance to banks operating directly with employers and entrepreneurs. We have a special package for the public sector. We do not want to discuss it now because this is the session that focuses on private sector. Okay, this is not the subject of discussion. But anyway, I would say in general that this is just one way how to improve the environment for the entrepreneurs. Those who get less attention, those who have less capacity, and those who don't have enough time to adapt to those difficult processes and standards, overwhelming ones. introduced biophiles, because I can say it openly. Bureaucracy is like an American horror story for true. European horror story, that is. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, dear panelists. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the question, and thank you for staying tuned. Okay, remember that Churchill saying that democracy is a crappy thing, but nothing better is invented yet. So we live in a democratic state, even despite, and at the time of war, and this is our chance, basically the only chance to win this fight against the authoritarian hell. I speak of our neighbor. And we have, of course, to push our society to changes, and business is changing. It's evolving. Everything we discussed today, it's targeted at business. The state will handle regulation. It's the only options. State partners are launching their programs, but we need to have companies successfully completing the due diligence, compliant to standards. That's another part of the equation. Thank you so much. I have no intention to steal your lunch from you, so you're absolutely welcome to enjoy. So, dear participants, I apologize, but we have to return to our conversation. So we'll have the next panel talk about the dialogue. So dialogue is a basis of responsible business conduct and risk management. So some previous speakers were speaking about banks, investments, and expectations of communities. And definitely it reflects this panel's content. So I'd like to welcome people who agreed to discuss this. Людмила Циганок, PAEW President. Olena Shtogrin, Managing Partner, Dictio Lawyer, Mediator. Vera Savchenko, BDO Executive Director, Co-Head of EBA Committee on Ukraine Recovery. Yevgen Shoko, Executive Director of Responsible Development Office, and Oleg Kritovsky, representing ArcelorMittal Kryvyi Rih. So we have all the panel on stage. Wonderful. I managed to get you away from the coffee. I do hope we'll have a very substantial discussion. So I offer us to start with a very small question, like 1 minute per each, okay? When you're ready. Why the dialogue with communities and vulnerable groups is an obligatory element of business and recovery? What risks are there for the business who wants to build this dialogue? Ludmila. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can you raise your hands, those who understand the difference between communication and dialogue concepts? Wonderful. So I'll start with why I was asking the question. So, as we can see, the association that I lead, there's a huge trouble with distinguishing that, because communication is explaining the decisions made. Dialogue is when everybody, all the subjects, all stakeholders can impact the decisions, and these decisions can be changed. Therefore, the dialogue is not just about whether the project is a good one, or like, is it manageable, okay? Speaking of recovery, it's not just about constructing something. It's social contract, first of all. And depending on whether we have dialogue, not just communication, it will shape the success. And it will help us not to freeze the investment. We will avoid that because we know that if the state gives the permit, it's a first stage. Without a social contract in communities, it's not accepted. This project cannot evolve. And we've seen a lot of examples in the country where even when all the permits were there, companies cannot step into. So dialogue is a prerequisite for development of substantial changes and resilient future. Okay, colleagues. Okay, there is a concept, a social license for any kind of activity. If we just use generalized ideas, so when communities accept your activity, accept your operations, and they approve of that. So briefly, we feel that communities, it's not them and us, but communities are us as well, because our workers are the communities in neighboring communities. From neighboring communities, they're reaching us. And when we speak of communities, it means us. Because when we help people locally, we even help our staff, who live there. That is why this is our dialogue, and we try to multiply positive effect. Quite often it happens so that our workers, they just talk to each other working time as colleagues, and beyond work they have just ordinary conversations as residents of the same community. So that should be the part of the dialogue. We'll return to that, because I really liked what I heard at previous session when our colleague Mark said that they have a social request for responsible business. And my question to all of you, how do we shape this request? What Alex says, I really feel that, shaping the social request when communities understand that we don't exist separately, but we are together. Speaking about risks, I can just continue. As a lawyer, so what is the social dialogue, current social dialogue now? Okay, what is happening with that? We have a law on social dialogue, which, it was adopted many years ago. But in fact, per se, there's no dialogue. It's quite weak. It's in coma. And UN recently gave us a green paper with recommendations, how can we restore that dialogue? Why do we need to restore that? To restore the trust, because social dialogue is dialogue between business, workers, and the state. So it's a tripartite structure, okay? It contains 3 elements, merging very different people, but people primarily. And people can recover, people can launch projects and run businesses when they trust each other. Thank you so much, Vera. I'll add about risks and problems of the dialogue. We can see in communities, especially in small ones, in front bordering communities, businesses in these communities, it has very low capacity to build the dialogue. And I think that this is a huge risk for future recovery. And we have to somehow fight that. Okay, we'll return with a question of how to raise the capacity. Yevhen, draw the line or add something. I'll try to sum up using the language of surveys. Marshall's Foundation recently analyzed what is interesting for people in the context of recovery. Openness and transparency at the top. Not even physical recovery of objects, of infrastructure. Without social dialogue, we won't have the open and transparent dialogue. I think the statement can be a red line. Yes, a great red line. So, at this panel and with the audience, we agree upon that there should be dialogue with communities. It's a super important part of recovery. Recovery is not about buildings, it's about restoring trust as well, but not restoring, but building, not everywhere the trust used to be. Dialogue is not just telling of what we're about to do, announcing it to people, but it's a process. Okay, let's start with this. My first question is to Ludmila. As a representative of environmental community, questions that you ask when companies come to you, like Oleg from ArcelorMittal, he offers a new project. They want to launch a large-scale reconstruction. What will you ask them? What will you pay attention to? Thank you for the question. I'll try to be brief and concise. Okay, 3 things that we initially try to detect. Blocks. Nature, people, and impact. What do I mean by saying nature? Okay, first thing that, when we try to analyze a future project, it's not even about the procedure in Ukraine. This procedure is well written, but it doesn't work well. All these assessments. But when we speak about sustainable recovery and sustainable development and future in general, first thing we should understand if the company has enough of evidence-based data, if they have surveys, if they are providing data. The word data, I would focus on it, because when data are open, when data are explained clearly, sometimes you read a text and you're just like, oh, you're so confused, you know? Even when it comes to ESG, the data can be... So if abroad, in the context of ESG, it's not explained properly, the data, you can get a penalty. So you need to know how the company will change the environment, because a big industrial company will definitely give impact to the environment. But it's not just about financial assessment, but assessing the change in the ecosystem and which solutions will be offered by the company. And it's really important in this context, to answer second question. People. Who gets all the benefits? Who wins in the process? Because all directives on sustainable development and ESG concept, these shifted from the format. It shifted from the model of business getting the benefit only, but also the society. If society gets safe jobs and decent jobs, if society, meaning the communities, understand how the lives are improved by business transparently. And I started with the communication. It's really important that at the start of the project, the company that offers something, a new project, for this company to explain to community what their benefit will be. We're being transformed. In our association, we can see that approaches are changing. 5 years ago, big business in various sectors, they had this kind of thing. They were entering communities and they tried to communicate, not dialogue, but communication. They try to explain with old methods. And they got a lot of resistance. Public consultations failed. They couldn't run their business. Today, it's a fact that dialogue is super important. Third thing, question 3. How shall you interact? Okay? How shall the team respond to challenges? This is what EU directives request from us. But there's another thing, just to finalize my answer. When we talk about implementation of projects by such huge industrial companies, corporations, we should not be guided by what European integration requests, what banks want from us, or investors. We have to think first, like, what do we want? Oleg stressed on that. If we don't want to live in caves, let's say, then we shape a social agreement or social contract with understanding like how for us to minimize risks, search for joint solutions in a dialogue. What can we do to withstand? It's not about something like post-war or like after the victory. It's about how to survive now. Third block of questions. We have to understand how the company's explaining its readiness to address the challenges and problems. How will they organize the dialogue with community? All these chats, which are a good sign for communication. How will they avoid force majeures or shortcomings? And basically, this is the third question. Thank you so much. Yeah, very substantial approach. Oleg, what is your experience of communicating with communities? Which challenges are there? What can we do that if in the process of dialogue you understand that you have to change the project? Community does not understand what you're about to do. They don't understand that it's for them and about them. What do you do? So this is still a challenge, okay? How to communicate figures, data, titanic efforts taken by companies. Because look, environment, I would split it in 3 parts in terms of communication. So a lot of technical work that is done, and only specialists understand what that is. Taking samples. By the way, in our factory, we have these automatic sensors and modules, and we digitally transfer the data to even the website of the city council automatically. Yeah, we do that. So experts understand what that's about. And these indicators and metrics, so it is how the company is interacting with the government and even local authorities. Quite often they're interested in numbers and figures, okay? And there's no problem here, because in fact, when I meet with people from ministry, they're interested in numbers. Asking like the decrease of pollution, like 47% down. Okay. So quite often communities are not satisfied with these numbers, and we're still experimenting. We can observe still that communities must feel confident, and they must be aware. They need to have the information. And there are so many channels of transferring information. You can be creative with that. We use various methods, panel discussions, some events, official, semi-official. We have also SMM strategy, you know, and young bloggers. Even we engage them telling in plain language like what's happening in our plants. They're taking interviews from our specialists to engage audience. You need to know what your target audience is and pick the right methods. We're still testing. We're still experimenting. Okay. If you work with young and active people who are really engaged and agile, it can also be productive, that kind of interaction. We're trying to restore this industrial tourism. When people from other regions check like what Kryvyi Rih is, what is Kansas City, what is the quarry, what is the large metallurgy plant. I think this will definitely raise the awareness when person can just physically visit the factory and see what pollution is, what vapor is, when we, for example, process the coke, you know, and just to understand that all this vapor, all these clouds, they see this is just water basically, you know, so it's not that dangerous for people just to see what that is and feel the smell even, you know, and get some palpable answers. And what's happening in the process of manufacturing. This is about talking to communities. It's industrial tourism that helps. And it calms communities down, especially when they have access to factories. That's what we're trying to do right now. Step by step, despite the war we live in, we still open our industry for society, just to have this dialogue, you know. Is there any feedback component in this dialogue? So, okay, we show something, we have logs on what's happening at the enterprise, they can read about vapor, but how do you build dialogue with communities to get their feedback, you know, and to talk to you? I return to Ludmila's words. Okay, when we communicate, we tell. Dialogue is a two-way street, and we listen to each other. Maybe addressing concerns or explaining or telling what's going to happen next. To hear from people if they want something that we offer. Okay, we think of 2026 now, and we're designing a plan of communication. How shall we communicate our activity in 2026? So we will invite local MPs to meetings, because it's hard to invite all the community, but at least the representatives who later will talk to their voters. For them to come to our plans, showing how it works, explaining, and let's not forget that at our enterprise quite often we have like public hearings. These are very, very intense processes, you know. And environmental activists in our locality are the strongest in Ukraine, I can say. And we have highly qualified discussions with them. Trust me, it's an actual dialogue there. Thank you so much. Okay. Then I would love to return to other panelists. Miss Vera, you work with investors. Which barriers do international investors observe when they enter Ukraine? Are they communicate with numbers? Do they understand the numbers? What reporting can our companies show? Thank you for this question. And the answer will reflect the previous answers. One of the options to build this dialogue is SD reporting. This is the language clear for investors, international investors. This is the international investment language, let's say, yeah? This reporting is still not obligatory in Ukraine, but our government in its strategy mentions that we will implement European standards. So step by step, Ukraine is moving forward with this. That's why enterprises, large enterprises in Ukraine already engage international funding. They already have this reporting on board, okay? And all other enterprises are just paving the way. And I want to tell you that they're not obliged, but there is certain demand for it. It's their own initiative. When they make these reports, they spend the resources, they create like reporting units or departments, and they already are there. Yeah, they already stick to that. So just to comment also that this reporting, it's clear even for communities why it's necessary. We cannot compare, but it's not that difficult like financial. What committees can get out of that report? Everything. Environmental block, social block, and governance block, like ESG. When it comes to interaction with communities, in ECRS and its standards, there are a group of indicators on interacting between business and communities. Stakeholders engagement, how the communication is taking place. Are there surveys, impact surveys? Even indicators like on what is the percentage of residents taking part in those surveys and the rest. So the community can check these reports and see what the impact is of a specific enterprise in this locality. There's also such an indicator as double materiality. Yeah, an enterprise that reports on SD must report on its impact on community and how the community impacts the enterprise. And it's also an indicator, an important one, and it can show in a balanced way what is the level of dialogue and if the dialogue is there per se. Thank you so much. Okay, then about investment. My question is to Elena. A little bit different angle now. So what risks are seen by international investors when they come to Ukraine? What do they ask about? What do they ask about? Well, foreign investors, well, quite often when they enter Ukraine, they understand that they will not build something from the scratch using their money. They bring institutional money to Ukraine, and the institutional money by IFC, EBRD, or whatever other IFIs, DFC. And these institutions, they have their own standards, okay? Companies, international companies and investors, they're not always ready to have people on the ground. Let's say they are trying to find Ukrainian partners, and they establish consortium with Ukrainian businesses. I'll share my experience with you because we are interacting with construction companies and various infrastructure projects, construction projects, and what do we observe? A foreign company is ready to enter Ukraine, is ready to take part in donors' biddings, you know, meet all the requirements to a certain extent as a partner, including financial reporting on international standards, obligations on. We've never had these obligations in Ukraine. Ukrainian companies simply, they fail, not because they're in the gray zone or they're like in complaint, but companies have never done that before, you know, but the requirement tells them so. So such consortia, they enter projects together. Therefore, Ukrainian company can see which requirements, which criteria should be met, you know, takes this expertise on board, and it actually helps. But not everybody is ready. Not everybody is capable. What is the barrier? Well, financial component, of course. Vera spoke of that. Large companies are ready to invest in that because they assess, they have their impact, they also go to Europe, to the US. So Ukrainian business is really flexible and agile. So it's developing, it's growing. It also one can see a driver in international investment, a driver of growth. There are companies who invest in that. businesses with a habit of operating in Ukraine only are transforming much more slowly, but more requests we have. Like, okay, designing a policy, designing compliance. They're growing as well. Imagine law on compliance in Ukraine. We've had it like for years, but not in all companies. They do have it. So now, when we have international biddings and these criteria, are put at the top, companies start paying more attention. Why? This is my very subjective opinion. Previously, our companies, our private sector, construction companies, they were very cautious, with state orders and state requests. They didn't want just to enter these requests, or orders. They were just using their money to build with credits, with loans, whatever. So this was fully private. This was their own business, their own risks, and the rest. Now we have war, and institutional funds mostly.
So the money are insured. Now that's a big bonus for them. They're interested. They're kind of interested, together with the foreign investor, to go into a project, or together with the subcontractor, or together with someone else in a consortium, to go in and make a project. That's a chance for Ukrainian business. I mean, everything that is happening now, it's a big chance to a transparent system of tenders. But for that chance to be used, we need to increase our capacity and to read everything we have in the legislation, even before we started to implement the AKI. What you said, it kind of recalls my conversations with the business. And they're saying, like, is that prohibited? And I said, like, there's an old article which is still in place. We're saying that we have a lot of things, and if we start reading Ukrainian legislation, then we'll see, talking about the due diligence, a lot of that. But whether the companies are ready to build this pencil, whether we're ready to integrate within their own procedures for them to be able to be consistent and resilient, so that then they would be able to start joint projects with foreign businesses instead of trying to find the money somewhere. Look, there's two aspects. There has to be a driver of some sort. It's difficult now. I mean, we have a crisis, and there is kind of a challenge in terms of finding proper employees. Plus the transparency, it's also a big question, a big if. So the companies are, leveraging a lot. If they see that they can join the project, then they will definitely have some funding to go for that. But if they, have a lack of trust, if there is no dialogue in between of the state and the business, and they understand that whatever they do, they won't be able to win the tender, then for sure they won't be seeing a sense in funding something that we'll never get. So that's it. It's all about cooperation. I'd like to compliment, I fully agree, and what we see among our clients, that those institutional funds that are coming to Ukraine to find businesses, these major financial institutions sometimes allocate money for some projects and to reinforce the capacity of the business. For example, some companies could receive a cheap loan and the money for building the inclusivity policy to some companies. So we can kind of motivate the companies to invest in building their own capacity through funding. I guess we talked about this on the previous session, because Yevgeniya and Kristina mentioned about this when they were talking about their own projects. Good. So I still have a number of follow-up questions, but before that, Yevgeniya, you'll have a difficult task. You'll need to sum up the whole session. Where do we need to focus in Ukraine while building a dialogue with the stakeholders, while understanding the current condition, the current situation in Ukraine? Which stakeholders should be at the forefront, so to say? What do you think of that? I would like to start with a statement that I think we haven't heard today. We should remember that we need to give kind of some sort of a benefit to Ukrainian business considering the difficult conditions they're working at. Let me give you a small example. I think that's a bright illustration to the difficult conditions that Ukrainian business is working at. I recently talked to head of the relocated company. The company, relocated to a remote area in the Ivano-Frankivsk region, so there's a reduced risk in damaging the infrastructure. The company has like 100% of their employees as female workers. The other reduced factor, meaning they don't have a risk of losing their personnel because of the mobilization. Then there is a full support from the community. There is extremely positive dialogue with the mayor, with the community. So the conditions are close to the optimum for operating at the best. But then a month ago, an unexpected decision was made about lifting certain restrictions of male people who can travel abroad. And so the company is losing like 40% of their employees who decided to take their husbands and to move, to foreign countries. So one would think that the conditions are better for such a relocated company, but then the economic situation, the political situation still creates some preconditions for impossibility of doing proper planning. So we have to remember, we have to understand that these are truly unprecedented conditions of work. Now, secondly, I think it's important for the business to, in building this dialogue, to follow the handbooks that were established in other countries based on their own experience, and now they're kind of well spread in Ukraine. There's a number of very interesting tools of cooperation, the conflict-oriented approach, so that the business, when they're entering any community, they're making a proper due diligence in terms of where could be those points of conflict with the community, which areas should they focus their attention to in order to avoid this from happening. Then trauma-informed approach, primarily in terms of working with the employees. And Oleg was rightly mentioning that the cooperation of the business with its stakeholders is integral. It's like a very important part of the daily work, because the stakeholders are working alongside the business there. So in working with the employees, in building the dialogue with the community, maybe you should be involving a psychologist, like a mediation is also a good tool. So there's a lot of tools, there's a lot of approaches. You just need to, try to search and integrate them. And the third aspect that I think we should be remembering is that the interests of the business and the interests of the stakeholders, and the community, they don't always kind of, mismatch. As a rule, those interests, based on my experience, are very much similar. So the business gives jobs, it pays taxes, it creates a possibility to build some infrastructure for the community where the employees live, where the community lives. So for the community, it gives them the chance to plan their life, to stay locally in that community. So it all depends on the economic capabilities that are being created by the business. So my first thought is that we need to support the business thing. Then next, the business should take a look at the practices that are being well written in advance, and then the interests, they don't always mismatch, they don't always be different, they're similar. Yes, and you have to communicate those interests in dialogue so that the parties would be able to hear one another. And I'd like to use the advice of Lyudmila to, raise your hands where the companies entering the community are doing the risk assessment. We can see one hand, the two hands, okay, which is good. Now, before coming to the next question, I have a question to all of you. Do you have any compliments, any other thoughts on what you've just heard? Maybe I'd like to complement to your question, like how to implement this social dialogue. What exactly do we have now? I just returned from a school of social dialogue that was organized by the UN. So this school was developed as the result of the signing of a memorandum during the Ukrainian Recovery Conference in Italy, saying that there will be some investments in the area. I mean, the memorandum was be signed between the government and certain organizations, plus the UN Labour Organization. So there will be investments for technical assistance in that domain, and hopefully, and I hope that this will give some impetus for the social capacity at a local level to be increased, and that will allow to maintain this dialogue at a local level, and then the business, they would still need to be responsible. And also I would like to kind of respond to a few things. What the social dialogue depends on, well, I believe we've all analyzed the report of the World Economic Forum with regards to the risks. So in the next decades, they're mentioning the environmental risks. But speaking of 2 years, one of the key risks for the next 2 years is some information. So in the frames of our today's conversation about social dialogue, I would like to focus our attention to that, because the whole world recognized that it is risky for the whole world, for its security is the uncontrolled spread of false information and disinformation. Well, disinformation and misinformation, because disinformation is a conscious spread of false information. Now, misinformation, it's that when you're spreading an unverified data. Now, in case in Ukraine, what do we have? Particularly in terms of sensitive information, environmental information, the inclusivity, or anything related to that, because the war has an impact on the mental health of the nation. Well, there's this risk is something that we, together with my colleagues, is considered as the most crucial one, because we were all faced with that during the public hearings when we were spreading some information. We had to deal with fakes, we had to deal with misinformation. So what do we need to do? All of us we need to elaborate a mechanism of how to cope with those fakes, how to deal with them. Surely it will depend on the capacity of the society, on the policy of the state, because the policy of the businesses, well, the businesses, they behave during the war based on the rules created by the state. So any joint actions of the country, business and communities that should be also designed to increase the overall level of consciousness. I mean, that might sound theoretical, but what exactly we're talking about? If today we won't be focusing our attention, as Ukrainians, if we won't be focusing our attention to the level of kind of preparation level of teaching of our pupils, of our children, then it's hard to think of recovery without the understanding of new approaches. And the issue of environment, it's not an issue only for the environmental experts, but for the whole society. Okay, good. Do we have any comments? Because I have a question to you and a question to the audience. At first, do you have any comments, questions, examples from your own job of having a significant dialogue with the society as part of responsible business contact? Or I can see 2 hands raised. Okay, let's take down those 2 comments and then we'll see how it goes. Okay, who can help us with the microphone in the room, in the audience? So here's the first hand, the first volunteer, and there's the second volunteer. Okay. Thank you. Chumak Alexander, the Association of Private Entrepreneurs in Kharkiv. We are part of public-private dialogue. The discussion that I haven't heard. I mean the dialogue between the private sector and the state of all levels in order to establish a business climate at all levels. The social dialogue, it's a trilateral. There's three parts: the trade unions, the employers, and the government. And the business wants to be part of a social dialogue. They should take the part of the employers, meaning to delegate their rights to any organization of the employers, which is part of the trilateral dialogue. And then through this party to negotiate, to take this dialogue. What I've heard, I'd say it's more of a communications and consultations with local communities, but not the dialogue. As for the very specific examples of a dialogue, we've been dealing with that for 15 years. We have specific examples. The city of Kharkiv, for example, which is the only city with over 1 million of population and a regional center that was using private-public dialogue and cancelled the land tax and property tax for the business, and it's being happening for the 5 plus quarters. This is the thing that we've done for the businesses in Kharkiv. Thank you. Now, could you pass on the mic to the first rows here? Thank you. Mary Feisenbank. I have the following question. I understand there may be challenges in having fruitful dialogue with the communities, but to what degree the Ukrainian business are ready on the internal market, honestly and transparently, to conduct an honest and transparent dialogue with the communities? I mean, I'm not going to name certain companies, but still, we always have to understand that there is always a risk of greenwashing and blue washing, meaning there's examples like a company which is developing social projects, but at the same time they may be dumping polluted water into the river and contaminating the environment. Have you conducted any analytical research to have some sort of a true-to-life assessment to what degree Ukrainian business working on the internal market and having no commitments to the international investors, those not subject to international standards or economic or other standards, to what degree they are compliant? Okay, anyone ready to start? I don't have data about research like that, but the commitments are here. Now there's this draft law on the change in accounting, so the companies would be required to do some reporting. There's additional kind of articles. They would need to do the audit of such reporting. So the problem will be kind of solved, so to say. Thank you for this question. Because, well, dear colleagues, for the dialogue to take place, we would need to know how to be honest with ourselves. Inside Ukraine, during the war, we have to recognize first that the legislation of Ukraine, particularly in terms of the readiness of the business and the dialogue, well, Ukrainian legislation, under the situation that we have right now, well, we're not perfect, we're not part of the EU yet, but it's not the worst, like in the world. We have a big trouble around its compliance, which brings the lack of trust. Secondly, there is this desire to comply with the standards without actions that you need to require to make sure that you're compliant. Meaning, according to our data, and I represent the Association of Environmental Experts, these are the local experts in communities, in companies, in different institutions, those who represent the environmental bloc, and now the ESG. So over the past years of the full-scale invasion, what we can see, there is the catastrophe in expertise, because there is a big number of challenges. Part of the experts are being mobilized or conscripted, part of the experts left the country, others abandoned their profession, so there's this very small level of understanding what is required. Then the lack of control, that's the second reason that today provokes the lack of trust and weakens significantly the positions for a high-quality dialogue, because a due diligence business is now in unequal conditions with the business who, under the cover moratorium, is not complying with the standards. And unfortunately, when the victory will come, we will see not the sort of a picture that we are expecting if today we won't be creating a fair conditions for the businesses, meaning that those companies that are public, that are voluntarily, because you know that the requirements of the EU directives are not being harmonized into Ukrainian legislation right now. So the number of clear, honest business who are ready to a dialogue, not to communication, it's insufficient to kind of consolidate this trust. So that's going to be a big challenge. So which would be the solution? First, the sustainable reporting helps us. I mean, the audit and collecting data, and I believe the banks are kind of screaming for this support and cooperation because banks have become kind of an accomplice of ours, because they have the money and the business has a desire to get this money. Although the readiness of our business, I mean, on the average, I'm not, comparing anyone, but the readiness of the business is very small. If we take the agricultural sector, and there's a lot of farmers, and they haven't heard at all about the list of documents or policy papers and other things that they would need to adopt in order to get compliance with the standards. So there's a lot of work to do, but I'm calling on everyone not to, to follow this false way. We have what to show the European companies, but still we need to work not in terms of discussing some numbers, etc., but in the form of creating some real conditions in real projects. Thank you. Anyone, please share the mic. I just want to tell you about some additional requirements placed upon the business by the state. We're primarily talking about the large business. This is not always the subject of wide discussions, but still, the system of supporting the investment projects that have been launched in Ukraine or successfully work in Ukraine, well, they create some additional requirements in terms of working with the social environmental aspects. There could be some requirements to working plans on how to manage risks and how to deal with the community. The brightest example is the law on state support to investment projects, where the state is signing with the company implementing an investment project of over 12 million euro. They sign a special investment agreement, and the company, while preparing its application for this project, they are kind of in technical papers, they are describing all aspects of their work, and later on these are transformed in some specific rights and obligations of the state and investor in the investment agreement that is signed between the state and the investor. So there's this party as well. Thank you. I wanted to respond to a comment from the audience regarding, well, and I agree with that compliment. We need to divide these dialogues. There is the social dialogue, which exists in accordance to the legislation. I mean, the employers, the business, and the employees and the government. Well, that was something that we had in the previous sessions, more specifically with regards to due diligence and human rights, and the topic of our conference today is actively related to that. So the dialogue that we are mentioning right now, and some of the colleagues are mentioning, that's the dialogue in business and local authorities and communities. Well, that's a different context of the dialogue, I would say. That's the dialogue of kind of an influence, like a social influence, that we need to talk. I don't know whether such a dialogue results in some legislative decisions or something else. But this is just something you need to start with in order to restore the trust, and then going into legislation. Thank you. Oleg, please. Thank you. I think I don't agree with there was a question whether the business is ready, because I was thinking whether we are ready. Well, other panelists are saying we have lawyers, we have an AGA director, we have media, we have professional environmental experts, but I think the business is ready. So I think the question should be placed whether the communities are ready for the dialogue, whether they can support, whether they are able kind of to maintain this qualified dialogue, whether they have a complete understanding where to spend the resources and how to manage those resources. Look at just the example with Kryvyi Rih. I'm not sure if you know, but there's village communities around the city Kryvyi Rih. They're one of the most, reach, because they receive a lot of taxes, environmental taxes, land taxes, but then there's a number of village communities, and you look at one village community, you understand, and then the others, well, not, because they receive pretty much the same money. Could be kind of millions of hryvnia per year. And why is this happening like that? Because it's not just a question of our communities, it's the question of oil and gas sector. For example, a law was passed on kind of having 2.5% of the revenues staying locally. And some community know how to deal with that, the others are not. In some cases, you may arrive to a community without realizing this is one of the richest communities in the country. So we need to take a look at the capacities of the community for them to be to have an understanding how to work, so that they wouldn't be depending on one or two businesses. For example, like our business is based on the natural resources. So sooner or later, but this business might change. We can transform. So we need to move away from the mono CD approach. We need to kind of develop tourism, other private initiatives. So I think we all need to work on the capacities on the communities, because in case of business, we have a headquarters in Luxembourg. We are ready for the dialogue because we have our own internal policies. We have a very structured dialogues because we have regularity in the form of a dialogue. And there's this question whether the communities have a similar capacity to match. So that's the question we need to work on. I mean, our communities, they're trying hard, they receive grants, they kind of develop their own capacity, but I think that's just a very beginning stage of their understanding what's important for their development and for building the effective management of the resources that they receive. Thank you. We started that the locomotive for the business, that could be investors, it could be the European course of the country, there could be headquarters or the investor partners becoming part of our business. Now, who could be the locomotive, the engine for these communities? So let's finish this panel with this short question and answer, saying that the communities, they need to support in terms of their development of their capacities. Now, in order to be part of this dialogue, so that what the business has to offer to them, how together they can develop the communities. Once again, we're talking about the responsible conduct of business. We're not talking about corporate social responsibility. We're not talking about what companies are doing to look good. We're doing about what companies are doing in order to conduct a business while complying with the human rights. It's not about extra, it's about our commitment. Oleg, let's start with you and then move on. I think the communities can look at the examples of other communities. Well, looking at the situation with Chernobyl, they are growing berries, then they process that. So when the neighboring communities came in, and take a look at how the business are developing in the neighboring community, well, that kind of inspires a lot. So I think an exchange of experience among the communities, that's the first thing that we need to think of, because that's a big level of trust, and the communities are inspired with that. So an exchange with lessons learned, I think that's helpful. Good, wonderful. I think that's a matter of working with international donors. I mean, they allocate significant resources to have a capacity building of communities. They start different programs. So it's a matter of civil sector that exists within the community that could be the bridge in between of the local authorities and the international donors, because the local authorities, they not always have the capacity to work comprehensively with international donors. So I think there's the work in this direction.
Okay, I think that's about raising the awareness locally, raising the awareness of those employees, of those specialists handling that. So they have to clearly understand that successful business, jobs for people residing in communities, taxes therefore paid a budget. Rich community can launch social projects, can build schools, etc. So just have to shape this awareness in a very clear way, in a very structured way. It's a tough job, you know, it's a tough task. Thank you. And my answer, I'll start with a case. Recently, well, quite recently, before the full-scale invasion, me and my colleagues, we were actively talking to communities just to answer the question, why in some of the communities they have nice projects, well prepared, and it's easily to enter, easily to pass through the public consultations. In other communities, it's a very tough job. We visited Cherkasy region. One agro holding started constructing a biogas complex in one of the communities. I was personally talking to the head of community, to residents, you know, and they, by the way, were the example of a proper social dialogue. At the same time, they shared some experience that initially business wanted to build it in a neighboring community. For us, this was a stimulus to talk to neighbors. Okay, and we did. It's a great case when there's, like, let's say something that we aspire to get as community, like infrastructure, education, healthcare, and the neighboring community that refused. They declined this offer, and they maybe were led by some fake news, some untrustworthy information. They didn't have the fact-checking there, so they declined the project. And they actually prohibited to build something in their locality. What am I talking about? I fully agree with all my colleagues in this panel, because this is a combination. Well, first of all, it's our homework that should be complete. What do we want? And these great cases can help us to understand what we want. We just need to disseminate those. Not just Ukrainian cases. In EU, we have so many great local solutions for energy efficiency, waste management, inclusivity, and disseminating those best practices and cases, success stories. This will help us to find an answer to the question, what do we want? To want something, to have the intention to reach certain results. Well, everything works with kids. If you as a parent give an example, the child is doing absolutely the same thing. It doesn't matter which stakeholders we represent. Think of them as children. Give an example. Critical thinking should be nurtured. And I'm trying to put a common denominator for everyone. Okay, I agree with everything mentioned by colleagues. The only thing I want to add is that there was a survey of Kyiv School of Economy. There's a direct correlation. If in community we have business association, or business is unofficially talking, uniting, this community lives better in all terms. And I just want to support a colleague from Kharkiv. What Kharkiv business associations are doing for the city, for community, you're doing a great job. This is fantastic. Lowering taxes and in Ukraine, we don't have a proper risk insurance system for business, and in Kharkiv they managed to unite and help each other, become mutually beneficial. Thank you so much. We're coming to an end. This was a super interesting discussion. Thank you for this multi-dimensional, multi-aspect analysis. Thank you for having such a substantial dialogue. And we started with the dialogue between community and business, and then the role of other stakeholders. We discussed that. And how can we enhance the dialogue? How can we help business? Business without policies, or if one doesn't know how to design these, they can go to Kryvyi Rih and ask ArcelorMittal to teach them. Okay? Examples of other committees, what results they get from cooperation with business. Can they actually improve their lives? Because this will stimulate them to grow. I hope that we'll mention it in other sessions. Public sector, their role in the dialogue. This will be the task for us by the end of the conference. Thank you. We'd love to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that on your badges you have QR code. There is an invitation to express your interest in the signature. We're not signing it yet, okay? But if in general you're interested, please leave your contact data. We'll contact you later. And yeah, I'd love to ask now. I'd love to invite and prepare another panel. Okay, so I'd love to have my colleague here with a mic. Okay, we continue the conference, and I would love to invite to the following panel on green financing. Okay, so we have the National Bank of Ukraine. Oh, please. Environmental Risk Advisor from EBRD, Stanislav Suprunenko. Will have him online, yes. Okay, Andriy Hiris. With us, Ukrgazbank, Head of Risk Management Department and Head of ESG Implementation Committee, Independent Bank Association, and also Dmitro Sich from the Office of Green Transition. My name is Yevgeniya Bublik, and I will be your today's moderator. I am from Economy and Forecasting Institute of National Academy of Sciences. Okay, so first of all, I'd love to express my gratitude to all of our participants. Thank you for inviting me. It's extremely pleasant for me to take part in this conference. So we're discussing responsible business today, and we've heard a lot. We've heard a lot already about various aspects and responsibility and accountability also towards the workers. So this is under one big umbrella, the humanist interest, as we call it. It's important for us to ensure the humanities development in general. So this is like a civilization level of accountability at some point, because it's so easy to think of your responsibility towards your neighbors. Okay, your neighbor may actually jinx you or go to the court, but when you're responsible towards the next generation or people from other continent, this is like a very high level already. And thanks to RBC concept, thanks to all the efforts on actually putting this concept in our agenda, it actually helps us to think about establishing a new level of business relations. I think it's a civilization shift of some point. When it comes to green financing, well, and green financing per se is a stimulus and component of business, and production manufacturing is one of important aspects. And an intellectual component is a crucial one. environmental and social prerequisites shape it. Green financing can be claimed as programmed because green financing sets the tone to shape new humanist ideals, you know. As they say, money just doesn't smell. But yeah, money smells actually. There is some aroma around it usually. There's always something behind the money. We all are responsible for the success of this project. Shifting to new aspects of our lives and daily operations, and the most active part of society has to stay active, and leaders implementing these standards in the market. And we have representatives, we have the leaders here in the panel responsible for green financing implementation in Ukraine, and there are a lot of responsibilities there. If now they fail in 50 years, we'll still return to these problems, okay? And next time maybe we don't fail. Maybe we need a couple of more times. But to avoid excessive criticism, we need to lead these projects to success. That's why our panelists are responsible. That's why I'm saying this. It's so nice to take part in that. The first question goes to the National Bank representative, Ms. Permin. Okay, National Bank. At wartime, you have so many challenges now, okay? And National Bank managed to reach certain resilience of our financial system, yes, but since 2022, you've got even more challenges than before. National Bank basically invented this idea, or let's say, introduced an initiative of green financing introduction. So, it's in your mandate, but the financial sector, does it feel that it's relevant? Your observations. Thank you for the question. I want to say first that the issue of our participation and assistance in ESG financing system shaping. So we've had these questions accumulating from different sources all the time. After the full-scale invasion, we had this situation, which is quite favorable for us to start thinking of this aspect as not something that is so distant, but a critical one. Something that we need to implement now, here now. What I mean. First, after full-scale invasion, our perspective of EU accession, it's not we previously thought that this is like a sort of a dream, like a step-by-step integration, approximation, that it may happen. Now, it's not even the may concept, but it's about a certain framework and a plan already. We have to be ready at an utmost extent to make sure that we have proper regulation in different aspects. Approximated at a maximum point to European one. So European Union, when it comes to ES requirements, ESG requirements, EU is really advancing and moving forward very fast. Out of these, from the visions and concepts, they already stepped into practical aspects in financial sector, taxonomy, reporting requirements, and the rest, which are, of course, an integral part of the way, of our way, in this process, in this European integration process. So when we were drawing this map of what should we do, ESG issue has stopped being a distant perspective. It's really a principle and specific actions we have to plan. One thing. Secondly, National Bank quite often answers the questions for themselves, not just how to ensure the systemic resilience, because sustainability, us and the banks, they handle it. They cope with that. We more answer the question like how to make sure that system is not just sustainable and quite adaptive and effective at the same time, to make sure it's functioning, because stability or sustainability, it doesn't make sense if you cannot function It's common sense. So the function of banks is crediting, okay? And providing resource for the economy to develop, to have long-term perspectives, to have these existing for the economy. And we stumbled upon this situation. We now have a lot of damage and losses in the country. It's a huge shock, for the industrial capacities. And it's not just about enterprises, but households. People require housing, basically. Small businesses, individual entrepreneurs are trying even to operate now. At all levels, needs are growing to get extra resources, in particular for recovery. So this recovery has to be a long-term one. It has to be effective, resilient, and all our investments of banks, everything that enterprises are investing in their development, they must already be competitive when we step into the EU. So the key task is not just for this to happen, but to make sure that banks are funding the economy, and also for this funding to be harmonious and balanced, to make sure that we have no barriers between the needs and banks' visions. And at our accession horizon, for us to move smoothly without any spikes, and shocks, to make sure that we stick to standards reflecting our future in the European Union. So we perform two key, not functions, but these are two goals that we're trying to reach now. First goal, one of many, but very important, European integration. And second goal is ensuring the effective banking, non-banking sector operations on economy financing. In both, without ESG, we cannot do that. So saying that this is not our priority, we didn't have an opportunity. And since 2022, I can say we realized that it's the only way. And I think that banks understand even better. They talk to clients directly, okay? They have strategic proper vision, all of them, So I think that we were just reflecting this realization that they had, that this is our joint, very important stream that we have to operate in. Thank you, very programmatic vision. Okay, next question goes to Stanislav, as representative of EBRD. EBRD at wartime has stepped into the process as one of the key institutions, providing a large amount of funding, project funding for Ukraine. But these needs were mostly shaped by the damages, the urgent needs for compensation, for reimbursement that we had. And yet, not all of these were compliant to green requirements, okay? And EBRD continues its operations in Ukraine. I have a question. How do you manage, how do you plan to balance between the urgent restoring needs with those damage and destruction that we have, and those goals that EBRD is setting on mostly the green course projects funding? Okay, where's the balance of that? So, do you get the sound? Yes, we get the sound. Now it's better. Thank you for the question. It's a simple one, but at the same time it's a little bit difficult. So the previous panelists, my colleagues from other banks, they managed to give already an answer. So if we start with the simple one, you know that we have strict requirements. Environmental, social, and compliance with Paris Agreement. So all our projects must be fully compliant or well structured to comply with our requirements. At the same time, we all have to understand, and I told you initially that we are the reconstruction and development bank. We work with hard cases. Not all clients have the systems. Not all risks are properly addressed. So who comes to us? Okay, different subjects. We work in different countries. We're entering Africa, where it's completely different jurisdiction. It's a completely different environment and landscape. Different problems. And for harsh cases, we need to work with the client. We have to analyze what are the gaps. where's the mismatch and discrepancies, where it's problematic to meet the requirements, and dialogue, as we heard it already. We have to have a dialogue with business initially, convincing them, motivating them, stimulating. We're a bank. We are a commercial subject. We give loans and credits. There are no favorable privileged conditions when it comes to interest rate, whatever. What can be more favorable when it comes to reputation and reliability? But at the same time, we compete with commercial banks in the countries. And we have to realize that green financing, it can be expensive for a client. Yeah, especially when it's about mid-sized business, medium business. Due diligence procedures, meeting the requirements. Yes, it requires resources. It's resource consuming. In long-term perspective, of course, it will be returned with extra benefits for a client, of course, with a very nice ROI. But many business subjects, they have a short-term vision, okay? They have short-term planning. And we somehow have to cope with that as well. And when we speak about balance, when we have to balance there, we have to search for practical solutions, some transitional approaches and methods that will bring us to final goal. Sometimes there are cases when we simply cannot reach the full compliance, due to certain reasons. Not enough of the investment. It's not the problem with us. We're happy to give more. But the client cannot take more because we have to speak about affordability, okay? The capacity of the country, of clients to receive the loan, okay? And use the loan. In those cases, when we can demonstrate and bring it internally to our directors and the system that with this project we'll have the improvement. Yes, we will not reach 100% of compliance there, but we'll be able to improve. There is a plan. We'll move it with the client forward. We'll follow the client, and there are clear obligations what to do in a year, 2 or 3. It's better for us to start the process instead of doing nothing, because what is the alternative? The client will turn to another bank. And this will be done there, okay? In any case, so there's some kind of moral, even ethical responsibility for decisions we make, of course. Therefore, yeah, we have to balance at various in various streams. Yes, we of course have super technical aspects and nuances, as I initially spoke of, like accelerating processes, improving processes. I'll give you an example. In 2024, a bank adopted a strategy for energy sector, very ambitious, very properly tailored green goals, with no funding provided for fossil fuels. And we know that in 2024, Ukraine entered 2024 with tragic losses of energy generation capacity, 70%, we say, yeah? Country simply lost that, yes, in a very short term. And it was about survival, how to provide the heating supply for citizens. And according to that strategy, we couldn't provide funding for, let's say, construction of new generational objects with natural gas, let's say. And our team... they've been working hard for quite a long time to convince our managers to collect all the necessary evidence that we can, okay, that this type of activity will not violate the key bank's principles, that this will be fully compliant with the Paris Agreement. There was a whole list of technical criteria, and we did, and this was an exception. We got a permission to exempt from some of the strategy's requirements. And this permission is given by the end of the 2025. It allowed to fund many critical projects that ensure the survival of people. We were applying our requirements. Some requirements were the martial law. We've put it there as a serious credit condition for clients they have to stick to. when the martial law is lifted. And nobody was planning anything when it comes to the end of the war. Nobody is planning that. We are stepping into a new phase, you know. Even the new capacities are damaged because of the shelling. And it's only the beginning, maybe, so we'll have even higher, maybe, demands and requests. The team is trying to have this permission prolonged. A lot of attention is paid now to support the RES, renewable energy sources. If we had the chance, we would support only the RES, okay? With nothing else on agenda. But it again is very time consuming. We know that these projects are really time consuming, and still we need to have maneuvering capacities. We need to have the capacities for emergency cases. There is balance. Balance is required because this is not the perfect world we live in, but the actual world, and the most important thing is that we have to be ready for it. This is the work, this is the process, you know. Every time it's about dialogue, yes, with business, with our stakeholders, and with basically all the subjects, to make sure that we find the most pragmatic solution that will help us to reach the long-term goals. Yes, compromise is a must, we know that, yes. And we have to adapt to Ukrainian reality. And of course, we have to push ourselves closer to the green course. Andriy, I'll ask you. So, quite often I'm engaged in various analytical processes. I'm analyzing the markets and economic processes. In 2023, 2024, we had this boom. So-called boom with green financing and banking sector. So many banks started introducing various programs, implementing strategies, SD strategies, you know, establishing these units. I know that Ukrsbank has been not only a leader but a pioneer in green financing. For more than 10 years, you've had those programs. But a question to you as to a representative of International Bank Association. How do you think the reason for that? Why this development it's so fast in the banking sector? What is driving this? Okay, what is promoting that? Thank you for the question. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, all of those who are patiently waiting for us. The key drivers of the process, in my opinion, are the following. First, regulatory. In 2024, it was a very active year for all the regulatory changes. We do support the National Bank of Ukraine and their operations. In 2024, a policy was designed on sustainable funding. I really offer you to go to the website of National Bank, read the text. It's pretty clear there. Okay, next. In 2024, what we've observed. 579 program was launched. And as a manager of this program, with the support of World Bank, and World Bank is a donor of the program, so certain ES requirements were designed, system of ES management, which was introduced to banks, and banks have to implement these to make sure that they can work with 579 program to fund the agricultural producers. This was a huge impetus because all banks and they were accredited, more than 40 accreditations were there. They actually had their ES management systems approved, and at various levels they managed to implement the requirements of the World Bank on the capacity to handle this stream. So the next step in 2025, this summer, a white book on ESG risks was designed by national banks, and we supported that. It clearly tells that in the nearest future, banks must introduce the ESG assessment, risk assessment system, not ES, but ESG, an expanded one. It's a challenge for banks, but in some banks, in Ukrsbank, we already started doing that. What else should be noted? The second driver of development, of course, is Ukraine's plans to access the EU and interaction with IFIs. World Bank is a bright example, and 579 program. Of course, banks do not directly cooperate with WB on the program, but we meet their requirements. We are led by their standards on internal operations and external operations. With the client's risk assessment, ES risk assessment, clients must be audited, let's say, okay, based on 10 standards of World Bank. And after that, the bank gives us a conclusion saying, okay, the client is fully compliant with the standards. We can give some loans to the client, okay? And this is later checked by the Fund of Entrepreneurship Development. Once in 6 months or a year, the fund just takes randomly a client one wants to, auditing one fully, you know, asking for some verifying documents, field visits, you know, everything's very serious, yeah. After Stanislav, well, I'm ready to tell after Stanislav that we have nice cooperation with the EBRD as well. With Stanislav, we have many meetings because we directly work with EBRD, and the clients coming together, funds under EBRD programs, large projects, must fully meet the EBRD requirements, of course. And after that, not just meet the requirements, we assess them with our own capacities. And then we get the approval of Stanislav and his team, and so many experts are there, and each is responsible for a specific stream. So it's a serious process. Third factor that I would love to note is directly, it's something that will drive the green investment development, green bonds.
Well, just recently, we had this meeting with the support of Ukrainian Environmental Office, who support that. There were representatives of the banking sector on the topic. Now, that's a complex question, because National Security Committee, as the main driver of these questions, they understand it's a difficult question, but inevitability, it's going to be 100% in the close future. So I would mention those three factors. And the Independent Association of the Ukrainian Banks last year have established an ESG committee with most of the banks sending representatives to that committee, understanding the changes that are taking place in the EU countries, understanding the changes that the banks will need to comply in terms of the taxonomy on the sustainable types of activity and types of reporting. Well, the banks decided to create some sort of a club to share the experience and their lessons learned in order to be able to have an impact on the regulatory changes, working together with the National Bank of Ukraine, Ministry of Finance, and National Committee for the Stock Market and Security. So everything is kind of changing dynamically. And thank you for mentioning some of the institutions that play a key role in promoting this trend, this environmental office under the GIZ and its projects, and I'm honored to kind of get involved in some of them. They do play a role. Now, Dmitro, you are representing the Green Transition Office, which is, as we believe, it's a kind of a unique institution that has an institutional independence, and you kind of listen to the interests of the market, and you have some tight relationship with the public sphere. So a question could be a complex one. Like, if you take a look at those three parties, how would you kind of identify the benefits and obstacles for the further development of the green transition course? Well, it's hard to deliver your statement after such a speakers, and besides, we were talking a lot on responsible business and green funding, so let me try to kind of sum up a few things, but there's a number of things that I can mention. Should you take a look at the green funding system, we might be able to see that many of the key stakeholders have identified this area as a potential capability for themselves, because they understand that this could be the something that they would still be able to dive deep into. Previous speakers already mentioned some of the initiatives of the National Bank of Ukraine, and the National Committee has developed a roadmap for sustainable funding. And also I'd like to mention the work done by the Ministry of Economy, because they've included the green funding and taxonomy into their strategy for the development of small and medium enterprises, and some specific steps to fulfill this strategy in the action plan for its implementation. So the key stakeholders know what to do. They know how to reach those goals. Now, we just need to kind of make it happen. Now, going back to this capabilities and the challenges, kind of benefits and challenges, it happens so that all these possibilities that we are creating in terms of green funding, this is something coming from the outside. And Ukraine facility is a bright example of that. Well, the Ukraine facility has an interesting request to spend 20% of the total funding on investments or support to the projects promoting decarbonization, adaptation to climate change, protection of environment, etc. So this requirement is worded in a way that it says, like, to a degree possible for a country at war, but still it lifts no commitments from our government. So we'll be definitely measuring how much money we're spent on that. As for the KPIs and how to measure them, the metrics system is there in place. It is defined by other kind of mechanism, and you can see how the shares spent on different funding are distributed. So some of the projects will be considered as a full funding. Some of them would be accounted for as only for 40%. So the last thing I wanted to mention about the Ukraine facility is that there was an interesting requirement to implement and do not significant harm. And I know that my colleagues are aware of this principle, so we had to implement that into the Ukrainian plan. We did that. It was approved by the European Commission, so we made it possible so that the politics and reforms we are introducing, so that would stay, and so the investments that would comply in accordance with that reform would not be harming the goals of decarbonization, adaptation, and protection of environment. That's why Green Facility contains a lot of funding. Part of that will be dedicated towards the Green Initiative, which is a big advantage and a possibility for those ready to get involved. Green Facility is available for public and private sector. The only thing, you need to be able to comply with all the requests and requirements of international financial organizations like IFC, like EBRD, and their representatives were with us, and we have discussed already about this. So they're the participants of this funding. Now, speaking on the other aspect, well, the international financial organizations are present on our market for many years. I had experience with the EBRD market later on, resulting in a green funding. And the European Investment Bank also plays an important focus on that while funding the communities. The IFC sets its own requirements for those to receive the investments. All those organizations have an ambitious goals in the field of decarbonization. Usually it's 50% or more than 50%. So it's an ambitious goal. We can see this trend. It pushes our local banks to work on this funding, and it pushes our regulator to introduce certain approaches and develop the respective trends. We're also talking about the possibility. Now we need to talk about the challenges. So looking at how the green funding process is happening now, how the green facility, green facility is working. Well, in the end of Ukraine facility, there'll be 2027. We'll need to continue with this funding inflow, because we understand that the recovery is going to be a lengthy one. It will require a lot of resources. Now, do we ready to approve other financial instruments available in the EU, like from structural funds or other partner banks working in Europe, and they will coming here into Ukraine and start operating. I think our green funding infrastructure is not enough to accomplish all that. Should you take a look at different sectors? Well, I think the public investments should not only kind of inherit our national approaches, but understand which approaches are required in the EU and take a look at the approaches of the structural funds, which have the money, and which conditions do they impose, because they are not always the same. Now, the financial sector is actively working to make sure and inherit the practices available in the EU, and to adapt that to our conditions. And the banks are working with the IFCs, and they learned to use this tool very effectively. As for the businesses, well, we have a number of mature companies, big ones, who learned how to work with this money, but that's not going to be enough. We need to reach the level that ESG principles would be understood at different levels, not only at the level of major companies. And this is something that might cause troubles, in Europe. It's not about PR or marketing. It has to be a matter of risk management or financial stability and sustainability of business operations in future. But telling about those challenges and looking at the dynamics we have now, I have to say that on the yearly basis, we will be able to see the further development of that aspect. And as of 2027, we'll be approaching this direction from the other way. And the rest thing, we need some significant funding to recover. And it's not going to be good for us that we will have a green funding, but we don't have electricity or heat. So we can see the EBRD work in that direction. As Kristina has mentioned on previous panels, we can see that the financial institutions are ready to make derogations from their communities on climate and so ever in order to support us. And I was happy to hear that this derogation is followed with the plan on how you are going to do the investments in further. So it's not a complete derogation from the principles made by the corporations, and we take commitment to proceed with this tradition. So I believe that the green funding will be developing as a possibility. We'll all be hearing about it. We'll be able to see that. There will be more tools. We'll be able to be more mature and work with the international investors. So that will be a lot of possibilities for small, medium, and big companies. I completely share that the amount allocated within the Ukraine facility, it's just not for us to transition to green economy, but to elaborate the structure so that we could be attracting more money. Now, going back to you, you've mentioned that the topic of green funds is a cross-sectoral one. There's a lot of sectors engaged into that. There's a lot of regulators who have to do with that. So, and we were mentioning the project by GIZ. So the idea or an initiative was around the establishment of the intergovernment agency, who would be taking all the responsibility for the introduction of green funding. So the question is in this domain. The National Bank of Ukraine, which considers the prospective initiatives in the matter, and which institutions it cooperates on, what could be the perspectives of that cooperation. Well, we should take into account the European experience. Some of the questions are intersectoral, they're very wide, like the reporting question. It's not something that is, specific to a certain sector, but there are certain sectoral regulations, additional ones, because that's kind of a requirement, because the activity under ESG for a financial institution is different from industrial one. So that is why there are certain bodies in Europe who are dealing with the intersectoral matters, but one of them which is evident is the reporting matter, or the format of reporting. It's an important lesson, really. I mean, complying with the principles and practices of risk management and risk assessment, complying with your own kind of commitments publicly announced. That's the functionality of the regulators in certain domain. So I would say that, well, we do have certain agencies or offices at different platforms that are already being established and are responsible for different matters. Then I believe we need to avoid any illusions or the possibility of creating a single interdisciplinary team that would be capable, through their influence, to cover some of the questions that are specific to different sectors. And the regulators in these sectors, they have much more detail. So whenever we're talking about, with the banks, about introducing their system of social responsibility as part of the risk management system, well, for me personally, for Andrei, no, but for me personally is the environmental and social responsibility. That's a new topic. But still, the question of how to implement that within the risk management system, that's a different aspect, because we've developed this requirement, and the banks have been working with that for many years. So we don't need to reinvent the bicycle. We're talking about what you have, and now we've clearly identified that as the economic and social aspect, or the aspect of management. So I think we need to build this interagency connections based on the available infrastructure, the infrastructure of the Commission of the Central Bank, the Ministry of Finance in certain matters, because they're responsible for the reporting in a wide respect. But for me, it is crucially important, or the activity that is currently done by the Green Transition Office. I mean, we are ready, and we would be grateful for being able to kind of delegate some aspects. And those questions that are more wide, the interdisciplinary one, the one that is solved by the European Commission as a legislative body in Europe, so that we would be able to delegate those questions to the office, which is an institution at the Cabinet of Ministers. But there's the result, they who can implement our legal initiatives through our structure. So the most important is this dialogue, rather than creating some sort of illusion of having an organization capable of doing that. Maybe that example is not very close to everyone, but still, in order to regulate the financial stability, we have an interdisciplinary body, or interagency body, the Council of Financial Stability, that's being established in, I think, 2017 or 2016. So that council existed during that time, and it's very important in order to do the dialogue, in order to discuss any challenges we have, how do we settle those challenges. But it doesn't set the rules. It is based on the fact that every participant has sufficient competences and tools in order to solve some of the questions that we've elaborated kind of together and during this platform. Well, thank you. I also had this idea in my mind, but maybe we just need to engage someone who would be responsible and who would be working with this Council of Financial Stability, but from the other sector. Yes, I would like to compliment just a couple of words on the work of the Green Transition Office. I would like to mark, I wanted to mark this aspect during my previous statement, but at this International Independent Association of the Banks of Ukraine, we had a wonderful event. Andrei Ketura was presenting the updated map on the implementation of GIZA in Ukraine. I think that's an openly available information, and we have the best experts currently working in the office. They have the capacity to implement the requests of the European Union, so that would be interesting to everyone interested in sustainable development funding and many other aspects, because after many consultations with different stakeholders, with public, with central authorities, well, after all of that, we've made this roadmap that includes a lot of aspects. The other aspect that I wanted to mention, but I didn't have enough time, we had a presentation of platforms on green recovery. We are talking about the green funding, and we have a lot of banks in Ukraine. Well, on this platform, all the programs are being collected, the programs related to green funding. So if you're not aware of certain platform, you go in, you take a look at the list of the banks who are working on the green recovery project, then you can compare, you can select, you can read about the programs. So I kind of highly recommend that. There will be another introduction of this platform very soon, and how this program works, and how it could be useful for the further development of this topic. Thank you. And the next question to Stanislav. You mentioned several times that the role of the IFCs and their funding programs, well, they were the drivers for the development of green funding in Ukraine for the Ukrainian banks. And the green platform contains a lot of programs. And you can see that the banks are providing green funding in cooperation with everything. So could you tell us more about the programs and mechanisms that are available in the EBRD? Maybe that will be more interesting or more perspective one. Well, thank you. Let me start, and in the meantime you can just launch my presentation. The key aspects: we have to ensure 50% of our scope of investments to comply with the green economy requirements, meaning that we have to kind of fight for those projects, and you have to understand that they have to be generated. And as Metro has mentioned, Ukraine facility requires 10, we require 50, and of course this project has to be in Ukraine. We were expecting that the market is developing and the demand will go higher, but for this to happen we need to help this market to develop. Can we have the presentation right now? Okay, so the strategy for the development of the bank and for the next 5 years, it set three key principles of activity. First is the green, meaning we have to ensure the performance of those goals. We need to promote the increase the investments, transition to low carbon economy, creating of new investments, search of other tools. Then second is the inclusiveness. That's the inclusiveness for the vulnerable groups of population. Then digitalization. And the first two are the kind of most relevant for Ukraine now. We can talk about the inclusivity, we can talk about the green economy, and the work with our partner banks. Well, it takes the most part of our work in Ukraine, and a lot of funding goes through our partner banks. We create a lot of products that allow the partner banks to work directly with the client, and it's really great to work with Andrei's team, Bank, who is truly a flagship in that direction. They have a very significant crew. They have introduced a very significant system for the assessment of risks, and we're happy to have regular conversations on difficult projects, on the practical elements of the accomplishment of our conditions, and we can see that there is a development. And the more we face with different cases and different projects, the more confidence we'll have in terms of the ability for us to do that. And this is how the capacity is being designed. This is how the processes are being sped up. I mean, the processes for taking decisions, for doing some calculations for the attributes of the green economy. So I can see maybe that something is wrong with the presentation, but I still can introduce a few comments. I wanted to tell about Energy Security Support Facility. This is the funding program approved in 2024 as a response to those catastrophic needs that we've encountered after the attacks. So the program was specifically designated to support the electricity generation capacity. So please, next slide. Now, in Ukraine, 70% of the funds should be used for the recoverable energy. Next slide if possible. Then 30% should stay for the projects that may be using natural gas. And you can see on the slide the types of the projects that we can support. You can see which companies can submit, and you can see that it is designated for small, medium enterprises. It could be utility companies, sole proprietors, etc. So this program has two components. One is called SMECI, which is Small and Medium Enterprise Competitiveness and Inclusiveness. It is kind of designed for small projects up to 3 million, and it includes the grant component as well. 10 to 30% of the money could be reimbursed, and the share of reimbursement depends on the vulnerability of the participant, meaning the veterans, the business damaged as a result of the war, women in business, young youth in business, etc. Now, thanks to this grant, we are opening this market, and the grants and the projects are being allocated for technology, for the equipment, which complies with the best requirements of the EU, and the most modern one. The ESSF program, that is primarily designated for middle business up to 15 million, well, it requires, how would I put it, a different approach. And maybe you can go to the next slide as an example. When more of the companies are investing in large capacity production facilities, and you can see that we're talking about the solar station, then the preservation of the electricity. Okay, I got concerns about the timing, but still you can take a look where the money are going to. And in this context, what else I wanted to mention, that we are almost out of the first stage of the program. The program was planned for 700 million euro, and the plan is already kind of almost using it all. So we are working to kind of extend that to 2 billions. Well, we'll be waiting for this good news. So next slide, please. In the context of the development of capacity building, are working with partner banks. I wanted to focus your attention to the fact that until now we had grants, we have a chance to support and develop the businesses thanks to blended finance mechanism. Well, those grants could, finish at certain degree, and you need to be ready to, operate in full compliance with our requirements. So whenever we were talking about low-risk projects, it was simpler, but now we can say that with that program, we're coming some middle to heavy projects. So the partner banks should comply, should introduce this environmental risk assessment program. There's additional assessment criteria being included, and they may involve additional due diligence analysis, which is something that we need to build an expertise and the people to do that. And looking further on, we are waiting so much for us to receive a comprehensive infrastructure projects that are considered by us as A category projects. This is the most difficult category that was not performed by our partner banks in the format that we establish, but we'll be happy to cooperate in order to develop this capacity. And I would advise our partner banks and customers to be ready for that, because the recovery, hopefully it will be here with this new infrastructure projects. So it's important to implement that in order not to lose this time. Thank you, and sorry for a small delay. Yes. Andrei Stanislav has mentioned Ukrgazbank. If possible, could you compliment about other initiatives of Ukrgazbank in the field of green funding? Well, this year, thanks to the support of the EBRD and Kristina Mikulova, we had a big ESG transformation launch. We're working together with Ernst & Young and one other company, and they will be completely modernizing our system of corporate governance and and the risk assessment in cooperation and social area in accordance to the local legislation which is available for now, and we can see that it's all going to be in accordance with the EU directives. So that next year we would be able to prepare the first report based on the OSR standards. We started doing some exercise on how to properly fill the documents. It's going to be interesting for the banking sector. It's going to be a fairly complicated one, but we are moving in that direction. Second aspect, starting from 2016, we have the environmental and social assessment that has been working, and the clients and their projects are using that. Now we are working to implement the ESG scores for the whole credit portfolio. Also, we have a specialized technical office who provides a complete support in the technical implementation of the energy saving projects and others. So I can suggest that, I can advise that, I can calculate any indicators. We calculate 1 and 2. We want to calculate or process the scope 3, and it's going to be a complicated task for the bank, but we'll try doing that. We have some foreign methodologies, or the methodologies from Europe. We'll try to implement that for us, for them to be kind of a working one. Okay, but I have another question. The Green Transition Office is now cooperating not only with the Ministry of Economy, Environment, and Agricultural Policy, but with many others as well. So which initiatives should we expect as the most pressing ones? Well, thank you. Indeed, there is the big combination of ministries under one roof, when they had some similar competences, and to a certain degree that kind of simplified the movement in the field of green investments. What we worked on last year, we've been integrating the environmental aspects in public investments, and also together with our colleagues, when the exercises came up with, we started verifying the policies and projects implemented in the EU. We wanted to understand what we can implement, which regulation can we come up with. So why is that like that? It's the most detailed approach, it's the most complicated and comprehensive approach, and many local stakeholders are looking at it as the prospects for its implementation. So when we were doing that, we were synchronizing our efforts with the Ministry of Environment at that time. So when we came in for them to take a look at the list of questions and list of approaches that we were reviewing, they were saying to us that that coincides with their plans completely, and they were drafting the law on the environment and containing the approaches in the taxonomy, as well as it was clearly mentioned that they will be covering the public investment sphere. So we've synchronized our efforts, and we worked with them, and we shared our methodological recommendations in both ways, and as well as procedures we were planning to integrate into the DREAM platform. And they were sharing with us the draft laws that they had to comment.
And I just want to say that this draft law, it's still evolving, and I think that soon, like quite soon, we'll actually see it presented to Verkhovna Rada. Because recently I've talked to people revising it, so much more details are now there, new details. Ms. Hrinchuk was adding some, and this draft law, after a huge, voluminous public discussion, after all the polishing, it's at the final stage. And our colleagues from UNDP, they did a very good job for that one to be introduced to Verkhovna Rada. So we expect to get some approaches based on the EU taxonomy. Okay, a huge gratitude to colleagues giving us some positive feedback. We tightly cooperate with NABU, National Bank, and many other subjects. At a previous session, my colleague Oleksii was introducing a roadmap. I would love to give a couple of words. We're not trying to coordinate someone. We're trying somehow to impact the plans of stakeholders. The roadmap goal is to collect a whole picture, integral picture of whose obligations are there and initiatives, all moving simultaneously. Together, one platform. People who are interested in that, and competencies, and try to find the streams which may be common. We have truly a lot of cross-cutting issues dispersed between functions and units, you know, with poor cooperation and interaction. Our key task is to ensure this effectiveness and synergy without any interventions in future plans and so on. Therefore, I invite you all to cooperation, for productive cooperation. Please bring more streams into that canvas, okay? For this whole ESG and green financing picture to be, you know, drawn jointly. Green Platform initiative of the Ministry of Economy. Our Green Transition Office is also on board, and Made in Ukraine program are the authors. So the idea of the platform was simple. You know, we wanted to create a website where we'll aggregate all green financing programs. Any stakeholder can just go there, filter, set the filters, and get a list of financing one needs, green financing. And then when we compare, one can compare conditions and pick a bank. Not just national banks, but we have programs of international, of IFIs, European grants. It's quite diverse. We will expand the platform. And we will try to update it all the time, you know, I mean the programs. And we have a whole plan on how to push and structure this platform based on the reality. And of course, move forward in the context of green financing evolution. I'm really happy to see colleagues handling the platform as well. So please, anyone who's interested, ask us any questions. We are at your disposal. And I would love to tell you that we're extremely pleased to see that Ministry of Economy and our counterparts envisage the green financing and the policy. It's a chance to have a dialogue with Europeans in their language, you know, to make sure that we have the guarantee for the recovery. Additional regulations, additional policies, additional funding mechanisms. Please, for us to eventually get an economy infrastructure that is fully compliant with the best practices, inclusivity principle, sustainable development, decarbonization, environmental protection, and with all these possible factors in one package for many generations to live and prosper. Thank you so much, dear panelists. We've had a very concentrated discussion. We've discussed everything, I guess. Well, we need to organize a separate conference on green financing. Otherwise, we'll never leave this place today. Thank you so much. And we continue. Colleagues, I can see you returning to your seats. That's a wonderful thing. Okay. I'm inviting colleagues to join me in this, final session. Marina Kupchuk, first of all, is invited. You know her very well. Marina, please. Marina, yes. Not a director yet, but deputy. Deputy Head of Investment Cooperation and Responsible Business Unit. Okay, Miss Irena Fedorovich, you know her very well. She is the director of NGO Social Action Center and our partner, a reliable partner. And who's with us online? Miss Yulia Holotkova. She is the leader of ESG consulting program from IFC in Ukraine, and also Miss Elena Kolobrodova, she is there, and she is the representative of Ombudsman on social and economic rights. Okay, those participants who are still haven't taken their seats, well guys, you'll miss the best part. At least that's what we think. Okay, so we start. Today's session is the last one. It's about the tools. We've been talking the whole day like if we have a substantial dialogue, a meaningful dialogue, or we're only consulting and communicating. We were discussing what actually inspires business to become interested in that. What is the leverage of impacting the business? We discussed the expectations of investors, etc. But it's important for us to understand which tools are already applicable and which tools are required by business. Not only business, which tools are required by other stakeholders who will impact the business as we expect. The consumers, their communities, public institutions. Therefore, we'll have a short review now of which tools are designed by UNDP and the team. Okay, so I'd like to have a presentation on the screen now. I'll be very brief because a lot of achievements already have a lot of results, and UNDP Ukraine team, was very concentrated when they processed the business and human rights issue for years already. But I'll start with a guide that actually relates to the context, the conflict-sensitive context, first of all. In 2022, in June, global UNDP team, in cooperation with the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights, published a guide named Heightened Human Rights Due Diligence for Business in Conflict-Affected Context. What does it tell us about due diligence in human rights area, but strengthened due diligence, enhanced due diligence? The one that businesses have to stick to and demonstrate when they operate in conflict-affected localities and contexts. Okay, so the key idea of this document is that businesses must assess not only their average impact on human rights and communities, on the environment, but these also must impact. They must also evaluate their potential impact. In Ukrainian context, the brightest example, those businesses who are still operating in the Russian market. This issue is widely discussed by international experts, like if taxes paid to aggressors' budget, if this can be taken as a contribution in war crime commission. But in any case, any business operating in the conflict-affected context must be well aware of international humanitarian law and assess the risks. It doesn't mean that the business itself is violating directly, but one can promote and foster violations and affect the dynamics of the conflict. And of course, Ukrainian context, we already had a lot of examples. Ukrainian context, the vulnerability of citizens per se is shifting. It's very volatile. The way people are exercising their rights, and business cannot ignore that. We've heard so many cases about veterans and people with disabilities and IDPs and many, many more. Mental health, yes, and many other examples. So, just one more remark. In November, we will have the annual UN Forum on Business and Human Rights. You can actually participate online. And one of the sessions will be dedicated to investors and human rights in the times of challenges, or in challenging times. And in particular, in conflict and crisis context. Global UNDP team is the co-organizer of the session. And yes, you look at me very attentive. I wait for confirmation that yes, the co-organizer. Okay, good. So the investors and business and human rights in conflicts, this is the focus of the attention. Coming to the tools designed specifically in Ukraine by UNDP Ukrainian team. In 2022, we've published results of the survey on business and human rights in Ukraine. In fact, a national baseline assessment of business and human rights implementation in Ukraine, business human rights standards implementation in Ukraine. It was published back in 2022 when the full-scale invasion started, but it was prepared even before in 2021. We were preparing for that. We managed to partially reflect the impact of full-scale invasion in the survey, but this was, of course, the pre-war assessment mainly. It was planned to be a pre-war assessment. So in 2023, UNDP Ukraine published the contextual assessment on RBC during the war. And another survey was directly related to business and human rights, how these standards are reflected in various policies, papers, plans, legislation, and what requires harmonization and which steps should be taken for that. But the UNDP Ukrainian team did a lot to increase the awareness. A lot of trainings were launched. Companies with support of Japanese government. We've established the academy. What does it mean when I say academy? Certain activities for awareness raising. And we also designed an online course. It's an access in Dia Osvita platform. Business and human rights course there is, and also another online course, business and human rights at the wartime. So both of these courses that I mentioned are available at Dia Osvita. And it's really nice that the ombudsman, Dmytro Lubinets, Ukrainian ombudsman Dmytro Lubinets, and Larisa Denisenko, who is a human rights activist, a journalist, and a wonderful expert. It's so good that they actually voice the course. Okay, so they are the voices of the course. And I think that it's a high quality product. And we are extremely pleased to recommend it to everyone who is ready to take it. Okay, another resource that was established and designed with the support of UNDP Ukraine and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Denmark. Well, designed by Social Action Center. So the website where the conference agenda was placed B+HR.org.ua, but apart from the agenda, a lot of interesting stuff is there. Yeah, maybe you'll tell something. Okay, for sure. Thank you. Yes, so the idea of the website, we've had it many years ago. After 2022, we decided to do it. So we wanted to accumulate in one spot Ukrainian resources on RBC, human rights and business, starting from guiding principles to read these and up to various publications, manuals, guidelines, papers. We try to keep this web page, keep it as a concentrated platform, where we aggregate various sources, for the public sector, for those who want to get the general idea, but we hope that so the private sector is already putting eye on it, but we hope that public sector will do that as well. Okay, so this is a short review, brief review of what has been done within these 3 years within this area. Starting from 2017, we've been actively working on that with national focal point of OECD, and Miss Marina actually represents the OECD NFP. So Miss Marina. So, what actually the focal point is doing, has been doing within these years? Tell us, please. Thank you, Lana. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you're the strongest one. You're the most resilient. So, we have a very limited amount of people. I do hope that online audience is a little bit more resilient than us. Okay, the focal point has been active since 2017. And since then, And we still have a lot of challenges, and even more than we expected, because, well, first of all, we do realize that we are physically and legally are part of the Ministry of Economy, and sometimes it complicates our job, makes us difficult. These complications arise from the changes that we have, like staff changes, structural changes, whatever. And of course, all of us were mentioning that human capital is scarce, financial capital is scarce, financial resources is scarce, and truly it relates to our work as well. We are the driver still in the ministry, yes, among the ministries, I'd say. Our focal point, our structure has been constantly pushing that forward, RBC, because we truly realize, we truly understand how important that is to apply the standards. We are permanently in touch with OECD 24/7, so we cooperate with other countries, and we observe how it actually works in other countries. And our work today is basically covering two areas. So one is global. Let's say that relates to legislative activity and introducing the standards in national legislation. Well, of course, European integration is the stimulus for that, among others, because today we are responsible for implementation of directive on corporate sustainability, and this directive is introduced into negotiation chapter 2 clusters 3 and 20. So we took this responsibility to actually carry out all these tasks related to directive implementation. Apart from that, we also have the obligation under OECD program, specifically for Ukraine. And according to that program, we have to analyze legislation, whether it's compliant with the OECD guiding principles, and of course designing specific recommendations on how to implement those standards in domestic legislation. Second area is for the mandate of NFP. So NFP, our focal point, is an institution which has two key goals. First one is to popularize the RBC principles, increasing awareness raising events to be delivered, and the second goal, handling the complaints, processing complaints. We haven't received those complaints yet as of now, but I think that the further we integrate, the deeper we are in the EU integration process, of course, it's highly likely that we may get those complaints, and we have to make sure that there is a mechanism for the non-judicial complaint consideration when NGOs, CSOs, professional associations, and trade unions, when they actually submit these complaints against those companies who violate our BC principles. So, while carrying out these two tasks, we have a couple of areas where we act. And we actually stepped into these last year thanks to our partners, thanks to the Legal University, of course, and Social Action Center. We do appreciate this because truly, as I told you, human resources scarce in human capital. Not enough of experts on board. And thanks to this support, we have really successful results, great results. So the first stream is awareness raising. Something that I personally lacked a lot, in my job, in cooperation with the ministries. Why? Because there were no experts. Nobody understood what responsible business conduct is. And this, we launched this stream last year, thanks to Irina as well, when we had a survey completed with public officials as respondents to understand if they actually are aware of the standards. And this year, with the support of UNDP, we had a pilot training for central executive power bodies, and now we have a standardized program, training program for central and local state authorities officials on responsible business conduct. So truly, this is a great result. It's definitely an accomplishment, and I think that we will have more experts in central authorities. It's important because when we talk about guiding principles, these actually cover so many areas, and one focal point cannot actually obtain expertise in all of them. So it's important to engage various state authorities to make sure that these standards are implemented properly. Another important stream is raising awareness among businesses and SMBs as well. Raise awareness of SMEs, enhancing their knowledge on RBC standards, in particular on the Corporate Sustainability Directive. We had this business school also launched for SMEs, and we were so pleasantly surprised, by the way, that business was extremely interested in the training itself. And businesses were really active. They were actively engaged. They were so agile. So they're so much willing to dig deep into the details, but they require our help. And of course, increasing the capacity, building the capacity of NFP is a third important stream, third important area that we are working on with the colleagues and under the project where we cooperate with Swedish NGO Svedvoch. And under this project on capacity building, we plan to enhance the NFP, National Focal Point, enhance our capacity. We plan to establish an advisory board, and we'll have all the stakeholders on this board, on this cooperation, engagement of all stakeholders. So this is really an important element, and we work on that. Under this project, we've had discussions with various NFPs because in different countries, we have those. Yes, these exist, and they have different structures. We have stronger ones, and we have a little bit more fragile or weaker ones. And this experience was extremely important, and it was very interesting, to somehow apply the universal model, the one which may be adapted to Ukraine as well. It's also important in the context of establishing this platform, when we engage all the stakeholders and to make sure that we have different experts, diverse experts, presenting different stakeholders. Okay, so what is the fourth one? And important as well. When it comes to legislation, yes, we have this task now to draft national action plan. We've been discussing this, and yes. And this cooperation with business and with other subjects is of extreme significance for us. This is what we're doing today. Thank you so much. Yes, it's on. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Marina. You also mentioned cooperation with Swedish NGO Svedvoch. I know that Irina is also on board. You're there in this cooperation. I know that you're actually drafting these sectoral guidelines. Tell us, please, which exactly? Well, first of all, just to continue with what Marina already delivered to us, in 2025, in the end of 2025, we want to change the situation compared to 2022, when we were finalizing that large survey that Elena mentioned, and when we actually launched the Business and Human Rights Academy. In 2022-2023, I remember when Academy was offering the first open, free of charge trainings, sessions, events for business, we had like some difficulty explaining the business that you need that. So it required efforts. But now the situation is different. Thanks to Ukrainian course, that we've selected, still there is a huge interest, a huge demand from big business at least. Those who need to start handling RBC, they're asking us who will teach us. So that was just the intro. Second, what Marina mentioned, last year we had an internal assessment of public sector capacity, if they understand what is RBC, just to understand what to offer to public sector, what should they know about standards of RBC, for them to do their job in this stakeholders dialogue. We mentioned before, because this is not only business, not communities, but also local authorities. They must be in the process. Without digging deep about the assessment, during the assessment itself and pilot training, we've seen there was a huge demand, not only at central level, that they want to understand what is RBC. And if central level is driven mostly by the need to implement roadmaps, the central agencies are doing that. At local level, a huge demand is there, because when we piloted the training for civic servants at local level, executives and local self-governance, and there was a huge demand. 900 applications for 30, only for 30 seats. They were interested not in these European directives, how to read them, how to put these in action plans, but just to understand what that is about, why they needed that, the basics. And coming back to what Elena asked, all these tools that we're now designing and all those actions, that we plan, what should these be about? To explain it to various subjects, their role, their interest in this RBC universe, and offer tools for these big standards, big values, European documents, OECD standards, for them to be translated into plain language. Social Action Center, as Ministry of Economy, as Yaroslav Mudry University are partners in consortium with Swedwatch, who are the experts on RBC. And one of this project, which supports us as NFP and offers the tools for business. So there was an idea that emerged to actually process a huge amount of guidelines at the level of OECD and UN system and other working groups, and to explain it simply in a simple language to business. What should they do if they have certain risks? We have all of that. We didn't invent anything. But what we tried to do, first of all, to see if to check those business sectors where Ukraine is as a state, as government, which we identify as critical, and focus, as we call it, sectoral guidelines on RBC, and focus on these 6 critical sectors for Ukraine, 6 economy sectors, and show how specifically business can analyze the risks that business is currently facing within all the context that we live in.
Both the recovery, both the war, plus the EU integration, when we need to keep in mind all of those directions. How do we assess the risks? How do we work on the development of the strategy for, motivation amidst the risks? Because, the business knows how to analyze risks, but we need to teach them, by analyzing risks, to focus on those risks that are related to human rights. So we have a kind of a draft option of sectoral guidelines, just a small, 15 pages. Last week, my colleagues had had a chance to discuss with the Swedish business, and they're engaged with Ukrainians, so they had a chance to discuss those risks, and we're working on those results. So hopefully by the end of the year we'll have a draft of a Ukrainian document. So we'll be interested to discuss that document with business, with public authorities, maybe with other stakeholders. To discuss that document. Maybe there is something that we're lacking. Maybe we haven't taken into account something, because the next step in this project would be not only to publish those sectoral guidelines, but to gather with the different stakeholders and to speak on the roadmaps in order to discuss the further implementation of those strategies for preventing the violation of human rights while recovering Ukraine. Thank you. Now, thank you, Irina. And indeed, today we can announce that after this conference, we are planning to organize a number of events. So all those who were mentioning your interest in these plans and in participation, just wanted to tell you that in the nearest time we'll contact you and we'll invite you in kind of debating around the sectoral guidelines. Well, preparing conference is not about conference only. It's also about communication with different stakeholders, searching for different, points of contact. Because as we were preparing for this conference, we've discussed with one partners that it would be good to organize something like that. And today we were mentioning this anti-corruption compliance and the due diligence in human rights. Well, there's a lot to speak about with one another on that topic, so there is a sense to search points of contact and or some share points and to help the business with how those procedures can augment one another. And truly, any conversation about due diligence and human rights still raises certain questions in terms of the identification of corruption risks, and the draft kind of regulation of Council of Europe on the register of damages. It also raised the question: what would be the role of a business in kind of sharing the proper information to the affected people in terms of the register of damages? Whether there is a component of business and human rights in that, but sectoral management and leadership is also an interesting part. So we'll try to work on the agenda and more focused discussions. Kind of today we have a kind of a more wider conference, and then we'll have a more focused, more specialized discussions. And on the next resources, the colleagues from the Council of Europe that are here with us today, I can recommend a help course which is available openly. And this is something that I recommend to my students. It's not a big one. I would say that the course itself says that it would take you 6 hours to pass that, but it's a good one for introductory things. And today we were mentioning about what investors are doing in order to do capacity building for companies they work with. And we have a Yulia with us today. She's Yulia Holodkova. I've already introduced her today, and she will tell us about the ESG Accelerator by the International Finance Corporation. So, Yulia, you have the floor.
Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you well, and you can continue in English, of course.
Yeah, thank you so much, Elena. And hello, everyone. It's a big pleasure for me to join this event today and to be together with other panelists. So I'm really excited about the conversations that are happening today, because I was able to join the sessions before the noon. So it was really glad to hear the level and depth of conversations about ESG, human rights, and all the ESG-related topic. So basically, I'm coming from the investor perspective because, you know, I think many of you know IFC is an international investor who is supporting private sector. And we all know that the private sector is not just important, it's absolutely essential for Ukraine's survival and recovery. And to build to rebuild the country, companies would need the significant investments. And of course, there is another powerful motivation in front of Ukrainian business, and I think many of the panelists mentioned that it's basically Ukraine's path forward the EU accession. So it help and it will open door to the EU market, but also it means for firms that they must comply with EU regulations and align their activities with international standards. So that's why and how the ESG principles to come in. And for us, ESG is not only like exercise about reporting and disclosure, because we're observing many times that it's for some reason limited to disclosure only. But this is basically a strategic tool to strengthen governance, first of all, to manage risk, ENS risk specifically, and to build trust with investors and partners. So quite recently, we conducted ESG scoping because probably some of you know that IFC had an ESG program in Europe, and Ukraine was a part of that program, and we started ESG conversation back to 2019. And basically, we are pioneered the topic because, like, I can recall that, like, a majority of stakeholders were really skeptical about ESG and its future. And now I see the changes, I see the dynamic around this topic, and no one like questioning the necessity of this topic. So now we are just talking about how to implement, how to do it properly, how to do it faster, and etc. So basically, the scoping was aimed to think about the next phase of our program because the previous program ended last year. We managed to work with different stakeholders at the level of the regulators, at the level of business, and at the level of consulting companies, because basically we are targeting consulting companies and we are trying to increase their capacity so they are able to deliver services for local companies in Ukraine, and they compete with they can also be they can compete with other international institutions, international providers of such services. So based on our and basically, we've spoken during our exercise, ESG scoping exercises, we've spoken with many partners who involved in the topic, and I think many of them are present today. And I would like taking this opportunity to say thank you for their contribution. When it comes to the results of the scoping, so we found similar changes everywhere. So the first thing is low internal ESG capacity. The second thing is a limited expertise available in the market. And of course, the third thing, this is weak alignment with regulatory frameworks. Even though maybe Ukraine is a bit behind on regulatory, I think there are plenty of regulations or guidance available in the market that company can use and proceed with establishing proper ESG practice. But I think motivation is a key, because adoption of ESG practices varies across the market, but overall it's still below international standards. So if it comes to ESG reporting, it's mostly done by listed companies, those companies who are already working with EU markets or who are working with international partners or investors. Many banks have limited engagements in sustainable finance, and when it comes to SMEs, small and medium enterprises, often they don't see ESG as a priority at all. Of course, I can tell that there are like many champions and leaders, and I guess today we have them around. But if we look at their share in overall community, it's really smaller. So the idea to have much more leaders in the market. So this is gap, and this is also opportunity, because I see being an investor, even though we want to invest into the companies, we need to follow our sustainability standards, our IFC performance standards. So therefore, we of course would select those companies who are like keen to implement or who already started implementing. And what we also seen with our clients, potential clients, so many firms are lacking the basis. The basis for us, it's internal systems. It's environmental, we call it environmental, social and management system, or ASMS shortly. So it can called differently, but the essence is it's a system that allows companies manage environmental and social and corporate governance risks. Because I also heard that many participants today also raised questions about greenwashing. Because, for instance, if the companies or financial institutions, they don't have proper internal system that provide really basis for risk management, risk assessment, and they disclose something, I would question that the information they disclose is really relevant, and it's like shows the real picture. So if not established, I think companies who are just ignoring or don't want to start implementing such systems, of course they could just lose opportunity to work with investors in the market, because more and more investors, they are paying a lot of attention to environmental and social aspects, right, and to overall sustainability. Therefore, I think it's a trend now, and not even trend, it's a must now. So basically, when it comes to our activities under the next phase of our program, so we are thinking that, yes, some legislation are there, some requests are there, EU accession is ongoing. So practically speaking, the problem is with real implementation, right? So guidance also available. You can go even to, I don't know, IFC web page to find some solution. But real implementation is something that is company are struggling with. So, our idea is to introduce ESG accelerator in Ukrainian market. So this is basically capacity building program, which so it's hands-on program which designed to help companies and financial institutions to strengthen their ESG capacity. Basically, we are planning 2 accelerators, because the ENS approach a bit different for real sector companies and for financial institutions. So there will be 2 programs on ESMS for these types of companies. So this program will help participants to establish foundation for effective ENS risk management. So basically, we also of course, we had some individuals engagement with certain clients, but we want to scale up the approach. So it will be cohort-based program. So it will be selected institutions from we still to decide. Of course, like from financial sector, from real sector, who would benefit from attending this program, and it will include not only like lecture part, like basics, right? But our goal is to provide hands-on support to participants, so they're able to implement changes as they go through the program. So this is how we want to make sure that it's not just like one person or two persons from one company, or even 10%, they just listened and forget, like, I don't know, in 1 week time about everything. But we want to make sure that everything is implemented. So we cover one topic, they're getting some task specific for their company, and they not reporting back, but just informing us about the success, about the issues, and we are taking them through this journey. So basically, this is something that is coming up, and we are planning to announce this program early next year. So just stay tuned, and we will be announcing this, and if you are interested, you can reach out to us and follow probably media or our web page, so it will be announced. Thank you so much, and
thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. To be honest, as a B+HR person, I'm so interested to compare ESG accelerator program with our B+HR programs, and just to see what is the correlations and connections, and maybe we can also, contribute to each other, because sometimes I feel like we are a little bit in, I don't want to say in different planets, but maybe in different sides of the river. Let's see. Let's build a bridge. Okay, so, and і також ми сьогодні, але дуже.
Well, thank you. Absolutely. And today we have Olena with us, Olena Kolobrodova. We really wanted to hug her today, but unfortunately, because of some personal reasons, she could not join us today. Well, hopefully we'll have a chance to do that next time. But Olena represents the social and economic rights of the Verkhovna Rada Commissioner for Human Rights. So Olena, she can see what's happening if the business is not using the due diligence standards, or the business is attempting to kind of implement that, but for certain reasons some obstacles prevent that from happening. So Elena, I wanted to ask you, what are the main categories of weak spots or risky aspects that you can identify? And also, maybe it could be hard a bit for you to tell, but still, can you tell us what can be done in order for some of those problems and challenges to be resolved, and who can participate, and how the Verkhovna Rada Commissioner can see his role in this process? Greetings, partners, colleagues, members of the conference. Of course, I wanted to hug all of you, and Olena, thank you for your invitation. Indeed, my level of health and all these viruses that are here with us prevents me from coming and joining you. So today we're talking about a very important topic on responsible business contact and recovery of Ukraine. And the human rights matter is truly a very acute one. And in order to ensure them some real protection, we need to have a unity of interests, goals and standards, both nationally and internationally. And only in this case we'll be able to create a system where the person, its dignity and welfare would stay at the center of the state policy. The full-scale aggression brought some significant casualties, the relocation, the destruction of cities and villages. Infrastructure was kind of damaged. A lot of people were losing hope, homes, jobs, losing their feeling of stability and their belief in future. So developing business under these conditions is not a challenge. It's a big problem. There's nothing to compare it with. In areas close to front lines where the risks are the highest And surely the violations of the human rights are taking place most often, and that relates business as well, who is consciously or not, but still may promote the further escalation or aggravation of this situation. That is why business and human rights is one of the strategic areas for the activity of the Ombudsman and me as his representative for social and economic rights. I would like to point that the most widespread violation of human rights by the business are still related to labor and economic rights. This is based on the number of applications that we receive. Let me give you some figures. Like in 2024, the Ombudsman have received 416 information on the violation of labor rights and 216 on the violation of economic rights. But this year, this figure has increased. As for the violation of labor rights, we have 1,161 violation, economic rights, 417 applications. Or surely, under conditions of the war, we do have challenges related to the violation of the economic rights of the employees, more specifically the safety and security, then some economic conditions for the work. We know that the martial law has had an impact on the amount of salary, on the payment of social benefits, and the dismissal and the loss of jobs is happening on a daily basis. The reduction of economic activity because of martial law that results in further dismissal and loss of jobs, and that has a significant impact on living standards and the social status of the employees. A lot of people have left, and you know that many colleagues and previous speakers have mentioned the outflow of the people and the lack of human resources. And the state authorities, local authorities, they have to comply with legislation. There's these 8 principles. The public institutions are required, while implementing their own provisions, to comply with the human rights. And I would like to place your attention and give you an example of the case we worked with. An entrepreneur contacted the Ombudsman on the lack of activity on the state tax authority that might result in violation of his rights to kind of deregister as the sole proprietor, and that might result in accrual of additional taxes that he would have to pay. Now, thanks to our response and to the response of the Ombudsman, we've taken certain actions in order to make sure that he will have the right to deregister from the sole proprietor register. So we prevented the accrual of certain taxes for him to pay. And also, I wanted to tell you that the environment sector is very important, and the entities of economic activity, they commit violations in this area. And in the field, during the martial law, the state had to change its approaches to control. And in March of 2022, the regulation number 303 was passed, and it kind of stopped the planned inspections, and they gave more room for activity for the businesses, but still it also increases the ability of the country to trace the economic violations. And surely the state and the Prime Minister, the new Prime Minister, Madam Suprunenko, in its program, the activity of the government has said that the country is moving towards the state of deregulation, which is right to support the economic behavior, but the business has to receive some space for development, particularly in terms of the war. There's no doubt to that, and we support this. But still, there's one but, I would say. Under conditions of less state control, the business would need to be more kind of responsible. The previous colleagues have mentioned the legal awareness, and we have to be complete kind of lawyers in that manner, and we need to support the business, to help the business in order to make sure they would not only know about their capacities, but their responsibilities as well. And this year we've prepared a special report, and while preparing it, we did a lot of monitoring and identified a series of challenges, particularly in exercising control over the compliance with environmental legislation. And what have we registered? That the economic entities are not allowing inspectors to arrive on site for the inspection. They might be preventing the inspection in other ways, like preventing someone to get inside. So that is why the inspection cannot take place. Besides, the economic entities are not providing the necessary information or do not fulfill other liabilities they have. So in those conditions, when the business is fulfilling with their responsibilities as part of the verification or inspection, well, the inspectors still kind of register certain violations. And I'll be focusing more of our attention on our practical work. A citizen of one of the village contacted Ombudsman, and she mentioned that one of the companies they are doing some cattle breeding. So, and she's saying that this company is regularly violating the sanitary regulations. So we initiated the proceedings, and the state inspection has conducted the inspection. Then a special protocol was assigned against the manager of this company because they have violated the legal provisions on the assessment of impact on the environment. The court made a decision on the temporary cessation of the operation of one of the shops. So this was our response to our notifications. Then what we understood that during the war, the business tends to postpone the fulfillment of mandatory proposals where they can in fact do that. So they're saying that, well, we have a martial law, so we can delay the fulfillment of some of our regulations. In June 2025, we did a monitoring on the performance, on the fulfillment of Article 13 by the economic entities. That's an article regarding the impact on the environment. That's in part related to the post-assessment monitoring. So when we've done we've done the monitoring, we covered all the administrations, and we've learned that many of the economic entities have used their right not to submit the reporting after the project monitoring. Yes, and that they have submitted an official notification on that, but the monitoring after the notification is a very important aspect of the assessment of the impact on environment. It's all about that the constant monitoring should be used with regards to the impact of activity on the environment to identify any kind of any violations and taking measures if there are any consequences in order to kind of avoid those consequences or to stop them. Now, what's also important is that the legislation during the martial law period, it does not relieve the economic entities from the performance of the post-project monitoring. It only provides for the right not to submit the reporting. So without a monitoring like that, the economic entity, where the economic entities cannot assess the current impact of its activity on the environment. So in case of any divergences, the way we do, they kind of the forecasting.
Ms. Elena, just 2 minutes. Draw the line, okay? Conclusions. What are your expectations? We have to leave. We have to finalize, yes, and just conclude. Just do it very briefly. Next steps. Our practical results, I mentioned these already, and just a little bit as you asked. Despite the fact that it's hard for business now, but when they perform their activities, when they operate, they have to remember of human rights. In the central money policy, it's always about people. It's always about dignity and safety. We cannot trade economic interests of state for health and safety of our people. We cannot, So we spoke a lot about dialogue. Yeah, dialogue, trust, societies, business, states, trust. we in the Ombudsman Office, we are ready to take part in those meetings. We're ready to communicate. In our office, please, we invite you all to this dialogue. And we are absolutely ready to take part in awareness-raising events. You actually told us about Ombudsman engagement. He was there in the training programs. Okay, so we have the Experts Council. We work with society and also advisory board led by Ombudsman. Please, we invite you to those as well for us to discuss everything, especially when it comes to due diligence and RBC. I will not take more of your time. I understand that it's evening already and we're all tired. We're almost at the finish line, and I just want to express my gratitude to all of you. Yeah, we really want to live in recovered and strong Ukraine, but it's safe for us primarily. Glory to Ukraine and glory to heroes. Thank you so much, Miss Elena. And we've heard many times already about this meaningful dialogue and stakeholders engagement. I remind you of declaration, ladies and gentlemen. Ministry of Economy is offering you to check it, read it, and think of signing it, of course. And one of the key chapters of this declaration is about multilateral platform to be established later to help various subjects to apply the RBC practices. So, I guess this is just the key message of our today's conference, that we've managed to reiterate at each session that we need to cooperate, we need to hear each other, and we need to build trust. And of course, this trust is absolutely impossible without human rights at its core. Our profound gratitude goes to our translators, well, I guess, who did a good job today. They had quite a huge burden, especially in the part where our speakers were like super fast and super furious. And still, a big thank you to our engineers. I guess they managed to cope with all the problems and with me specifically. And with our attitude, yeah, and I don't know if you hear me, but Victoria, Anastasia, Konstantin, everybody who assisted us, everybody who helped us with all these months to prepare that, and just for the final words, Miss Marina, it's yours. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, dear offline and online participants. Thank you, dear partners. We're extremely grateful, and again, Yaroslav Mudry Legal University, my big thank you to you, Social Action Center, Council of Europe, UNDP, OECD, and all international partners and speakers we've had today with us. Thank you so much. Let's stay in touch, okay? Let us keep this platform alive. We all understand how important it is to have the multilateral cooperation, and how important it is, how great it is to accumulate all the efforts, because many of us are doing important things, and establishment of the platform will definitely be a crucial step for us to harmonize our actions in future. Have a good and safe evening. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're not saying goodbye. You still have a chance to get some coffee, tea, and informal conversations. It's up to you. We still have some time, and to have a pleasant final. Thank you so much.